Hello, good morning, happy Tuesday. How you all doing today? Hello, Kevin, and thank you for the membership on YouTube. I don't have, unfortunately, I've run out of my backlog of live streams that we had before, so there's not too many in there, but I'm hoping to slowly figure out a way to create some cuts and maybe a little bit faster, I'm not sure, and build those up again. Albert, hello. How are you doing today? All right, so last week we finished up with the first steps here. You're going home early, but night is already there. Well, it is winter time, so it is the time of less light in the day, so that makes sense. All right, so deving with Docker, so that's what we're working on this. Yash, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, so deving with Docker, we have, all right, so here's basically what we had decided we needed to do with this. Let's go ahead and set up our to-do list. So for binding, what would the name of this article be? I want to bind, I said binding, okay, there's volumes. I guess this is binding ports, isn't it? Although there's also exposing ports, so I'm not really sure what I meant by binding, if it's not networking or oh no, not volumes. I guess I was thinking volumes was something else. Okay, so this let's put our code. Oh, I remember what we were working on. We were actually working on an actual project. Oh, that's what it was. We're creating an actual thing. So this was some kind of, let's actually go find it. It was some, yeah, the express CRUD. That's what it was. You have a dual boot VM with Arch and Debian to do. Oh yeah, that could be fun. Did I complete the get? I've got through all the stages except the last one. We just started the last one at the end of yesterday, and it was oh, this is gonna be pretty hard. I'm like, okay, well, we'll see. We've got a lot of stuff going here, and then it's oh, this is hard, but not for the reason that I thought it was gonna be. We have to first muddle through poor documentation and figure out what is how to actually request all the information as part of a get pull, essentially a get clone, which is not quite as fun. There's a few things we can try out doing, but it's basically the investigation, I think, is going to be the hardest part. Let's see, you're quitting Docker because you created a one-liner that gives a root shell without having sudo rights. Are you talking about root shell in your own system or root shell inside of Docker? If you're able to do that, you should probably let's see, there's some security groups, I don't remember where they are, that would probably be interested in that, because they usually try to fix those type of things. Yeah, getting into the host system. It's one of the reasons why it's it's important to run not root in the Docker container. Rugmat, hello. How are you doing today? And 3-stream streak. Nice. All right, so let's see. We have our app. Okay, we have this thing. I don't remember exactly what it was we were working on. Right, we don't have much here. So you know what I think we need to do? I think we need to figure out what this thing is going to be in order to actually build it, because without sort of direction, it's going to be hard. Oh, SE Linux could it be able to be your thing? And almost broke it on a friend's computer. Yeah, I haven't used SE Linux before. It came out. When did it come out? It had come out, and then for some reason we were not allowed to use it. I can't remember why. Let's see. So let's create a README. And this is express CRUD. Like, what is this all going to be about? I kind of want this to be approachable, so I don't want it to be like too specific to like a topic, like too not memey essentially. Because I don't know, like the people who would go and find this and run this, like they're not always going to be gamers. You know, I know that most of us on Twitch, you know, at least have tangentially game. YouTube is got its own interesting culture. That would probably be a little bit more appropriate, but there's still a bunch of weird things in there. What's the hotness in Linux world? Is it Endeavoros? Still, I don't even remember Endeavoros. Yes, man. Hello. How are you doing today? All right, so let's create some basically stories. I guess not really stories. What is this all about? So this is CRUD app for maybe quotes. We could do quotes. Wait, which is it? Endeavoros was the auto-corrected thing. Autocorrect ruins everything, but it also makes everything hilarious too. Okay, CRUD app for quote, like quotes, or we can do tasks for like to-do app. That could work, just like a really simple to-do app. And this isn't really trying, like all we need is like a very basic connections to like databases to show off stuff. So I don't really need complex like database structures. We just need more of a complex infrastructure setup, if that were the case. So we have create. So for those of you who don't know, CRUD stands for create, read, update, delete. So for the create, we want to create a new task. I'll add in the sort of like the actual markdown to-do list after this. Okay, so create a new task. We want to get all tasks, get one task. This is get task by ID. We want to get task by ID. We want to update task. Update task by ID. We want to delete task. Okay, nice and simple for that. Our database structure. Okay, so we needed, oh, we should have a help. Okay. Let's rename this. This is going to be a Express CRUD app. Let's create a health check. So we'll do an app.get for slash health check. You're gonna get rec and res, and we're just gonna do res.json status healthy. I don't really know if I need anything else. Okay, so if I do that, then I want to probably actually test this and make it work. AKA post, get, put, and delete for the restful people here. Yes. And then for the put, it could be a patch too for all I'm going to do. Put and patch are similar. Put is for replacing the object wholesale, and patch is for replacing one little tiny piece of it. REST is a really great system. I've never really like fallen completely out of favor with it. I like it. I like it a lot. And then the other thing that I like is GraphQL. Is like both of those things I think have a lot of place in our dev world. Okay, so if we run this, okay, so I need to npm, let's have a, all right, so the first thing is we want to build this inside of a Docker container. I want to make sure that everything runs inside of Docker, and the only thing outside of Docker that we're doing here is going to be the coding part. So I want this code inside of Docker. Now, if I remember correctly, we have this node here for the Express app. And I'm in this directory, so I should be able to do, I should be able to restart this. So let's do a Docker start. So if I restart you, you're up. We have port 3000 going into 3096 inside. Okay, and then that should launch there. No, I don't think that this auto runs anything for us, so we have to deal with that. Gita's API is just REST and GraphQL. It may even be that Docker's is also RESTful. Like, REST is so common. You see it everywhere. And then REST is, I think the only problem is when you get dogmatic about REST, and try to like be too on the nose for the standard, as it were. I think it's much better to sort of like know why the standard is really important, and then that allows you to break it in the specific cases where it's like better to break it, which then can help everybody out. Okay. Now if I run you, what do I want to do with this? I probably want Insomnia because we are building this out here. So we have you. Oh, this was the code crafter stuff. You're trying to add a new helper tool. No. Insomnia's updates have been not great. How do I create a new request? Am I only allowed one? Oh, there it is. Okay, new request. I want to do a get to HTTP localhost 3000 health check. Server return nothing. No headers, no nothing. Okay, that's not great. What did I call this? It is health check. So get to that. Oh, you know what? I don't think this is actually working. This isn't running yet. So let's. What do I want to do for this? I'm thinking we have Docker. We can go inside. Let's try going inside. So we'll do a Docker exec. We'll go into IT. Okay, so here's our code. I want to do a npm start. Yeah, there we go. So now, that doesn't come out either. Let's see. We are forwarding ports. So it's 00. Oh, so that's 0000, which that's a dangerous port to have. And that's 3000. So that's local, everything local. Yeah, the internal port is 3096, right? And so this is the port. This is the port that's inside of Docker here. Also, hello, Hungry Bear Dev. How are you doing today? And then it's a little bit hard to see. Let me make this a little bit bigger. We're saying on the outside, I want port 3000 to redirect into port 3096. It's a really cool thing we can do with Docker here. It's actually one of the best parts about Docker because it allows us to basically have all of our applications always using the same port. And then we just change this port around. And then you just never run into port conflicts anymore. Unless you're silly and have all your external ones hit on 3000, which I've totally done myself. Are you trying to learn Node and Docker? So this looks interesting. Nice. Yeah, if you have any questions, ask away. We're creating a course for this, so anything that I can get more and then add to this list is what I want to do. So, all right. Now you're not running, but I think that's actually because internally you're running on. I think it's running on 127.0.0.1, which is actually that's not going to work unless I have an Nginx container going, which I don't. So if I want to hit this directly, I need to make sure this is running on 0000, which I don't remember how to do off the top of my head. It has been a long time since I've used Express. IP address? You can set IP addresses in any of the following ways. Okay, so I want to do something like this. Set my trust proxy, loop back, and then 0000. I wonder if I can get away with this. Let's try it. Oh, we can also do this. Interesting. Okay. So this will have to be above here after we create the app. We're going to app.set trust proxy. It was loopback and then just space, no, comma. And then we can just set you to be the everything. How did you get an Express working without Nginx or Apache? So Express works without it. Nginx is useful for taking in external traffic and then forwarding that traffic to Express. So, but yeah, you could just run Express on its own without anything else. Oh, app.listen. Oh, is there something we can do there? I haven't tried that. Let's try this first. This is the first thing that popped up in the documentation for IP address. Okay, so if we come up to here, so basically up here, I've exec into the container. We're gonna restart you, and we're gonna rerun you here, and I still don't get anything. It is coming back really quickly. Yeah, this saves you the extra mile. Yes, I could. So you could absolutely set up a container that has Nginx on it and then send data over to that. Spencer, hello. How are you doing today? And also Mohan, hello. How are you? Okay, so I want to let's try yours, Rugmat. That might be a better way to do it, because I don't think this worked. Unless, of course, I could try just the loop back. But I don't think that's what I want. So let's do, I want app.listen. Oh yeah, look at that. App.listen. This is something like I've never been too happy with is languages that aren't strongly typed that also do method overloading is a nightmare to work with, because you just don't know. Because like it's not type safe. Like I could just do whatever I want and it has to like figure it out automatically. So we do our port and then our host. And these are, you notice like the square brackets are all optional. So here, if they show, okay, so, oh, interesting. If I don't assign a port, it's going to assign a random one, which obviously is not helpful or useful in any way whatsoever. Okay, so I want port and then host, and then I could probably ignore the backlog and then the callback. So I want port is going to be, oh, I'm shocked that it set the port correctly. I forgot to set it here. So port and then the IP address, that would be 0000. And then that. There we go. Now we got it. Yeah, it's possible that that wasn't it. Let me try. If I didn't have that, would this have worked? Yep. Okay. That was my bad. I had it. Hold on. Do I even need this? Nope. Okay, so the problem was that I was lying to it. It was lying to me because I grabbed the port out of the environment variables, and then I didn't tell it to actually listen to the port. Yay! Okay, so obviously, if we're working inside of here, we kind of want to have this auto restart for us every time that we make a change. What's the tool that we use for that? It's been so long since I've done no dev. Do any of you use that tool like this? I don't remember anymore what it's called. Oh, you know what? I think Docker does have a tool for that, doesn't it? It's Docker Watch, isn't it? I think this is new. Compose Watch. That's not the same. Scout Watch. Uh-oh. What's Scout Watch? Watch repositories in a registry and push images and indexes to Docker Scout. Okay, so that's not what I want to do either. NodeMon, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we're not using Docker Compose yet. We're going to start with, I think the way we're going to do it in the course is we're going to do everything without Docker Compose to sort of make sure that you understand the fundamentals of it. And then we're going to say, okay, and now we're going to use Docker Compose and everything is easy. So much easier, but then you'll understand what's going on in Docker Compose because it's kind of just a script for everything else. So let's install NodeMon. Yeah, so we'll do npm install dev mode NodeMon. That I remember the name of it now. Thank you for that. That's just seeing that I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly what that is. PM2 NodeMon or forever. PM2 and forever I've always used as running it in production as opposed to running like a restarting whenever something happens. Okay, so if I NodeMon app, if I npx NodeMon app, now if we come over here and I just hit save, there we go. Okay, so that works like that. Now, this would be kind of silly for me to have to keep up a terminal like this. And so I want to exit out of here. We're going to update the package.json and add in a dev script. We're gonna express app. Okay, so we're gonna remove, oh, the container's still running. Stop. You learned like a week ago, you're motivating me to take this node seriously. Nice, excellent. I'm sure that this doesn't exist in Docker per se. I know how to get auto updates for released. I remember reading about Docker Watch coming out. I thought it was for everything, but apparently it's just for Compose, which is going to be really nice because like in a real app, I probably would just go straight to Compose and not start with just Docker vanilla. Banana Wave, hello. How are you doing today? I also love that you're Banana Wave YouTube on Twitch. All right, so let's now remove you. and we're gonna create this again. Okay, so we're gonna do docker run, and okay, so we have our express app, we volume in our code, we have our port that we're setting, we have the port that we're forwarding. I don't want to bin bash anymore. Now I want to run, oh, there's a docker run workspace. Workdir. Okay, so -w. So before that, we're going to use -w to go into /code inside of there. And then our command is going to be npm run dev. And I didn't want to do that. That's wrong. Docker remove you. I want now you to be a daemon mode. How do you pronounce it? Do you pronounce it daemon mode or demon mode? I've always used daemon to sort of differentiate from like demons. Okay, so this is now running behind the scenes, and I don't need this terminal window up anymore. If I come down here, we can do a docker ps, and we'll see that you're still up and running. And I can hit you, and we still get the status healthy, right? Matt, okay, so Daemon. I've just seen people play Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go into train, that seems, how would it let them do that? Spencer, okay, so you just call it Matt Damon. I mean, that works, right? But do you call Matt Damon Daemon, or do you call it Matt Demon? All right, so I want to come back to here, and we're gonna hit, we are going to update our, we're gonna update this to say, instead of status, we're just gonna say, I am healthy. A lot of exclamation points. And I'm going to hit save on that, switch back over to here, hit send, and we get our I am healthy immediately back. So I no longer need to go in and like manually restart it. I don't even need to have a terminal window dedicated to the inside of this. Now, that being said, okay, so what are we seeing with this? We let's kind of want to restart with this and just go with, what do we need to do for that? So far we need to be able to create a Docker container with like add in, let's see, we sort of choose the Docker container, we do the code, so we're going to create a Docker container. We already did daemon mode for this. We already did a name. Okay, so volume. So make like use a volume to make code available. Oh, to share code. To share code with container. Okay. The next thing that we did, expose the ports. We've got that. I think we did that before, right? No, I don't think we did. Okay, so expose ports between host and container. We want to set the working directory. So when running a container, and then we already have the npm, like the command that we do inside, so we're good to go there. Okay, so continuing on. So now that we have that running, I want to look at the logs. I want to make sure that this is good, and we can tail the logs in here to sort of see them come up. Which means that I only have to investigate the contents of this window when I want to. Otherwise, I can just sort of keep it down. And that works with Docker logs express app. And I just get to see, here's all the logs. And then if I remember correctly, I could do -f for follow. And now whenever I hit like save, it just like appends the logs out there. Okay, so let's viewing Docker container logs. Okay, that being said, I am going to pretend that I'm just going to even close this this window over here. So we just have our terminal over here, and we have our code over here. Okay, you call Matt Damon. You call Matt Damon Matt Demon. Nice. That sounds fun. Name's pronunciation is relative. I guess it's relative to whoever is calling you whatever name you are. I say Damon the same you say as nasal Damons. Cute name for what happens when you cause undefined behavior. Typing while in landscape mode is horrendously slow. The virtual keyboard misses half of your presses and double presses. Do you not do the swipe to type? I've started doing that for everything. It's really nice. I like it a lot more than press to type, especially on like keyboards where there's no feedback, like no mechanical feedback. All right, so we have you. We're good to go there. Okay, so let's switch back to our README and start figuring out this stuff. So if I want to create a new task, let's how do I want to do this? I probably want to create like a I want to create a DB. Let's create like a place for all the routes to go. So let's don't know if I need a special routes for this or if just a file for like the task routes. Let's touch task routes. All right, see how much of this I can remember how to do. I want to create a router from this, and then we're going to import that into the other file and set it up. So we're going to have const I want to get the router. I think it's router like that. And then I can now call router. I think I can create a new router. Zilby, hello. Welcome. I guess you decided you're standing up today? Oh, your keyboard is set up as bilingual French and English. Okay, I can imagine that that would be much harder with the swipe. Okay, router, express router. I want to. Oh nope, now you're. Nope, you're still standing up. Oh, you're standing up in a way that now your face doesn't get caught by the camera. Of course. I think I can create a new route for this. But now it's enough that I don't remember off the top of my head. So let's, this is Docker. I want the router. Okay, so I do express that router. I call it as a function, and then that gives me, and then I can just do things with it, right? Wait a second. Yeah, express that router. Creates a new router object, and that object we can then do, okay, whatever we want with that. Oh, I can even do router.route. Which okay, so we're gonna do, I think for us, we do like that, and now we can do router dot okay, so to create a new task. That's gonna be a post. I want, oh, but you know what I can do? I can do a router dot route. Oh yeah, this gives me that. Then inside of there, we can just do dot get dot whatever. Okay, this is what I want to do. So router dot route. We're gonna say tasks. And now off top of that, we can do post, and then we're already in tasks, and so now I just want slash. Okay, and you don't return anything. I'm just affecting the router. So I'm mutating the router with this. Okay, that makes sense. And we're gonna add, we're gonna get a rec and request and response. I need to get the JSON for this, so we're going to console.log rec.body, I think is what it is. And then we just do a res dot status 201. I need to, at the end of this, a module export equals router. We head back to app. I want to pull you in. I think it's, yeah, I think it's task.use, and then we'll pass it in the, oh, I think it's task.use or task.app.all. I don't remember anymore. I think it's app. I don't remember. App.use task routes. Okay, so that should auto refresh. If I send a post request to tasks, server returned nothing. Okay. Now what we can do is let's take a look at those logs to see if there's anything going on with that. You are upset. Inside of here. So route.post requires a callback function. Got an object. Oh, I love object string. That's the best. At least it tells you it's an object string, right? Okay, so post gets here's okay, so post. Do I just want that? That doesn't seem right. We got an undefined console log rec.body undefined res.status. Apparently that's not how I respond. Okay. So the music just crashed. I can hear it now and I see it going out still on OBS. Can you hear me? Okay, just an abrupt end to a song. Well, yeah, I can't necessarily control that. Also, Zilby's down. Oh, you did? Oh, I did not see that. Okay, let's pet the kitty. He is halfway off of his little mat here. This is one of those cardboard scratch posts that people put on. Like you can put it on vertical or other things. He loves it as a bed, so I just put it up here. He loves sleeping on it. All right. I don't want to bother him too much. But all right, thank you for that. I'm sure Zilby appreciated that. Okay, so this did not send the status. Is it send status? Maybe it's send status. So if we come back to you, there we go. That is it. So we got the status 200 back. Now we got undefined. So I want to update the body here to be JSON. And this is going to be maybe like the task, the name of the task is, I don't know, like stream, like build Docker course. And so if I send that, oh, we get undefined. And if I remember correctly, Express decided that they were not going to add the body into by default. You have to bring in a middleware for that. Yeah, okay, so undefined, and it's popular when you use body parsing middleware such as body parser and multi. I'm not going to use multi-part bodies, so body parser should be fine. So we just need to install body parser. All right, now what's really cool here, you know what we should do? I should be using as sad as this is, hold on, I'm going to stop the logs from here because I am doing this. Let's switch over to using VS Code. We'll get some help too, so it'll be fine. VS Code has some of those really cool Docker systems for us. So I want to use that. Okay, so we're going to Docker for web development profile. We can see the Node.js 21 running. We can see the files in /code is ours, but none of that really matters. I think I can, yeah, view logs. I can view the logs for it. And I think if I hit save, those will update. Yeah, they will. So that's just like a free watch down here. Okay, let's close you down a little bit. Okay, so in TaskRouter, okay, so right, we need multar. So I need to run something in here. Oh wow, it's been an hour already. Okay, well, so ads are gonna start in about 8 minutes or so, 7 minutes. I'll probably just like keep on working through those for at least the first ad break. So sorry about that, but I have to do 3 minutes of ads on Twitch, not on YouTube. 3 minutes of ads every hour to keep off the pre-roll ads, so that not anybody who's coming in just gets tons of ads. So we do tons of ads purposefully, which is sad. I can attach the shell. Can I just run an exec in here? I don't know if I can. So we'll just attach a shell. We'll go to code. We will then run an npm. Not it. This body parser. So we'll install that. We should now be able to run this in here. And then before we run any of these routes, I want to get let's run the middleware before even health check. So we'll do app.use. I wonder if I could just get away with that. I don't remember how to use body parser. That might work. The LSP off reward is not as powerful for you as disabling Copilot for you. Oh yeah, no, it isn't. I think that's mostly because I don't know. Like, I've done so much programming for this stuff in the past. Like, some of it is just like, oh, I just have to go look it up a little bit. Also, like, Copilot is really powerful if you already know everything you want to do. If you're relying upon Copilot really heavily, it can hurt, I think. Let's see. Okay, so what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, let's test this again. So I want to go back to our logs. So oh, they did this as part of a terminal. Nice. Okay, so we can watch the logs here. I want to come over here. We're gonna do our okay, so we used a deprecated method for it. Okay, so it didn't like that. It didn't even console log that out. It just told me that I'm not allowed to do that. Just show me the example. Oh, so we have URL encoded. Oh, is it like body parser.json? Is that what it is? Okay, here it is. Yeah, body parser.json, and that's the only one I care to actually do. So body parser.json, run it as a function. I almost did :w on that. I almost did that. Okay, so here's our logs. If we come back to you, if we now hit send, there it is. We have our name, building a Docker course. Excellent. Very powerful if you know how to use it, like a very sharp knife. It's a tool, right? It's a tool like everything else. And you're right. It can help us greatly and increase our speed and velocity and our quality, and it can also harm us. All right, ads are starting in around 10 seconds. So for those of you who get hit by it, I'm sorry, and we'll see you on the other side. I'll try not to do anything. Well, I'm building the entire course, so it's not, we're not doing anything too exciting. Okay, so we have this health check. I want to, okay, so now that we have this, I want to go back to our code. We're going to open up our task routes. We have this. I want to stuff this. I just want to put it into a database, right? That's all I care about. I want to throw this in database, which means we need access to a database. So my go-to, you're going to see all the old stuff because I just don't care enough to create like the new methods of doing anything. Honestly, stop using Copilot. I'm honestly that good enough to be using it. Time to switch to YouTube. Yeah, that's a good one. I am perfectly happy to have you over here. And also, hello Rugmat on YouTube. Oh, you're not. Okay, yeah. It so here's the problem with any LLM. It is, if you don't know enough to know when it's bullshitting you, it's going to be like well, Copilot is unfortunately someone who like can help a lot, but every once in a while just throws you some random shit and it's not helpful at all. And it works a lot less well in languages that is not trained super heavily in, which includes Rust. Okay. And then sometimes it does the things that you don't want it to do. And sometimes it does the things that you want it to do, but not well. And the rest of the time it's really good and perfectly fine. Okay, so test, we're gonna send, okay, so we're gonna create a DB in here. I have always used connects. So I'm going to continue to use connects, but if we want to use connects, I can install that and that's going to be fine. So here, let's open up our shell and we're going to do an npm install. Oh, I need connects and a driver, don't I? So we need to install connects and then I need a driver. So PG, so I'll just use Postgres. I'm happy with Postgres. Oh, your train stopped on a track to let another train cross us. That is so common in the US. There's only a few like little intercity trains that won't do that. For the most part, in the US, if you're taking a commuter train, it will stop to let any non-commuter train pass constantly. And those trains are allowed to move faster than a commuter trains, which sucks. Okay, so we need to install connects and then PG. I don't think I want PG native, but that would be interesting. I think PG is gonna be fine. So connects and PG. Okay, great. And then, so that adds in there. Now I need to connects init. And I think, where do I want to do that? I think I want to do that. Inside, okay, just at the root of it is fine. So we're gonna do a npx connects init. That creates a connects file for us. Okay, so for development purposes, I don't even have anything else. So I'm just gonna go ahead and stop. How did I open up the dictionary? Oh, I clicked too hard. I'm using a track. I finally got that trackpad connected, so I'm using that. Okay, development. Client is gonna be PG. We have our connection, which I think can be a connection string, right? Connection, I want you to be postgres. Yeah, okay, so our connection can be a connection string. Which means I need to set this up. Okay, so we now need a, yeah, I got one from my old work, had one left over for me to use. I use it for my other jobs too. So let's see. Why do I keep on like opening it up? That doesn't matter. Okay, so connection string. I need to expose an environment variable inside of here. So that means we need to restart our Docker container again. Now I don't think add in an environment variable after the fact. So we're gonna have to stop you. We're just gonna kick us out of these two terminals, and that's fine. We're going to remove you. And we're going to, okay, so you went away, you went away. Okay, so we're going to restart our Docker container here. So we're going to do a Docker run. Now we have this environment variable port 3096, and I want another one, and this is going to be our connection string to a database. But really, I can't do a connection string to a database until I have a database, don't I? So we're gonna have to do that first. So run daemon mode, and okay, so we're gonna give it a name and call it Postgres database. I don't need a volume for this because it's just dev stuff. I don't really care that much. We are going to have some environment variables. I need to go remember how to do this. If you're happy with Linux, then just use Linux. Like Apple software or Apple hardware and software is perfectly fine for like if you like that kind of thing and if you're used to it. And if you're like and used to Linux, then that's really good too. Let's see. Docker Postgres. So specifically, this is what I want. Postgres password. That's, I believe, the only one that I need here. So call this keyboard cat, which is what I always use for my dev stuff. Hungry Bear Dev, you missed a lot of minutes. Well, I don't think you missed that many. Like it's what, 10 minutes or so? I don't remember anymore. But yeah, if you I haven't gone that far. What we decided is we needed a database, and so I stopped and deleted the previous container that we had for dev, and we're creating a container for Postgres. So we have that, and then I don't think we need anything else, but what I do need to do, how do I want to do this? I don't need to expose the, or I think the ports are exposed internally automatically. I do need to set a network for it. I do. Okay, so I need to remember. Okay, so network connects a container to a network. Okay, so I need to create a network for this first. So we want to create, and we're going to call this maybe like Express app network. I mean, I could just call it the Express app. Oh, Express CRUD. Okay, so with that network, now we can do a Docker run so this is going to be Express PG. I want to, I don't need to expose any ports. I don't need to expose anything else. We need the environment variable for Postgres password. And then I need to add it. Is it -n or --network? --network. And then that's called Express CRUD. And I think that's all I need. So we're going to use Postgres. And then I'm just going to let that run on its own. So that runs behind the scenes. Now we need to create ours. So we're going to do Docker run. We'll have this run in the background. We'll give it a name. This will be Express code. Or maybe we'll just call this our Express CRUD. E is our port. I think that's everything that I need for this. And then, okay, so we're going to run this with node 20. We're going to call this with npm run dev. Oh, shoot. Okay, never mind. I did forget one thing. I forgot the network. Blah, hello. How are you doing today? DB engine service? I don't know if that's exactly what I'm creating. But I've not ever used that, so I don't know for certain. Also, blah, was the... I pinged you manually because I haven't set up any of the roles in Docker yet. I need to figure out how to do that like properly. And set that up. I don't have any of the normal things for Discord set up. So I need to learn how to do all that stuff so I can set it up. Oh, and it's helpful to get the reminder the night before. Yeah, I'll try to remember to do that too. I feel better about it because previously I was doing so many streams that I felt like I was just bugging everybody, but now I'm only doing 3 streams per week, so it's a lot better. Okay, so I'm gonna do this again, but this time we're not going to forget the network. So the network is express CRUD. Okay. Oh, okay, so then you get created and then you have that network in there. So now if we connect in, so here's our two containers. I don't think that you can actually see the connections easily in here. That would be really cool. What I do believe though is that I can connect to and see Postgres based upon its name. So Postgres is the name of the container. So I should be able to get access to it as like HTTP or postgresql. So, oh, that was the other thing that I forgot. Oops. Okay, hold on. Let me stop you. Can I just remove you? We need another environment variable for this. And the environment variable is going to be the DB URI is postgres : / sorry, this is slightly behind me. Here, I could do that. Postgres : / username. So it's username. So postgres : keyboard cat at. Okay, it's gonna be at Postgres. What do we call it? It's Express PG at Express PG. It should be the normal. Okay, so it should be the normal port, and then Postgres is the name of the database connected to it. So if I do that, now in here, my connection string can be process.env.db URI. I want to connect to you. And we want to run what can I do for this? Oh, I can create a new migration for it. Let's create a new migration. So migrate, make. And then the name of this will be, I guess, like a create pass table. Okay, so it used the environment development and it successfully connected to the database. And now we have a migrations folder with this new migration in here. So that's good. Yeah, so the example code that we're going to do is going to be in Node.js, because that is, I would assume that most people who are going to take the course are familiar with that, a lot more familiar than maybe Rust. What am I doing? I wanted to come back to here. Okay, so the next thing that we did is, I guess I could create a network. Really, I think this should probably be connect to containers with a network. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, this is the course. This is the Docker course. Oh no, this is not Codecrafters Build Your Own Docker. That would be another fun one to do. And maybe someday we'll do that. Okay, so on up, I want to, it's been forever since I've done this. Let's go look at the documentation. I want schema builder, create table. Okay, so we schema connects schema create table. So connects schema create table. You take in the table name. Okay, so this is going to be our tasks. And then we're going to get the table. Then I can do table dot. Oh, right. Then it's the type. Okay, so I want the increments. I think that's the ID, right? So we'll just do this as ID. I think that automatically sets it to be a primary key, right? We'll find out. We do table dot, and then I want just the task name, I think, and then if it's completed or not. I think that's all I care about. So this will be a text, and this will be the name. You are not nullable. No default, so that's that. And then table dot completed can be a boolean called completed. This is not nullable, and it's going to have a default to false. Okay. That's what goes up, and then in down I want next dot schema dot drop table tasks. Okay, so at this point in time I can also connect to Postgres. We're going to attach a shell. We're going to do a PSQL. Right, it's PSQL dash u, no, yeah, dash ru Postgres. And then I want to table tasks. Does not exist. Okay, perfect. So we're going to over here. Now this is the container for the Node.js one. So I'm not inside the Postgres one. And this is going to be the first sort of magic that we're doing, which I'm going to run npx connects migrate run migrate up. It runs the migration. If we switch over to a completely different system, a different container, I can now, oh, I can't see the task. Well, that didn't work. DT. Well, okay, fine. I don't see. You ran the following migrations. Oh, create task table did not return. Oh, am I supposed to return this? I thought create tasks. Return. Return. Okay, let's try this again. Down. Okay, up. Uh-oh. Is there like a reset? I want to force it to reset. That's not happy. Okay, so I wrote it wrong, but I think it is connecting to it. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna remove these two tables. So we're gonna do a drop table, connects migrations, and then lock. And now I should be able to run this. Okay, so it ran those, and now if we come back over here, we can do a table, tasks, and bam, it is created in a completely different container for us. So we have that network there. So I only have to have one container, one thing running in it, that's the beauty of Docker for this. Jim, hello, how are you doing today? What's the plan for the next fun stream? We're going to continue on with TIS 100. That's the plan for tomorrow. I want to get to at least the graphical part of it and sort of see how that works, and then we'll just sort of see. Do I want to put a third stream to it or not? Is the data going to be persistent? I heard Docker loses every state or info in it. No, it is not. Not yet. So that's a really good point. Right now, no, the data is not going to be persistent. So let's see. Okay, so let's show that off, because this is actually going to be this would be something you want over dev, right? So let's insert. Let's actually go forward with the code until we're actually inserting something into the database, and then we will make it more persistent with Docker. And I'll show you how to do that. So until then, we're going to come back over here. So to our task routes. Oh no, I want this in database. So in here, we're gonna have a new file, and we're gonna call this our connection JS. We're gonna do a. Okay, so I want our. Let's get connects first. So. We get connects to begin with, and then we're going to get our config. And that's our connects file. And then we're going to create our DB. So const our DB connection is going to be equal to connects, execute it with the config. Config dot. Of course you don't remember where you are. And I want this to be the development. So config dot development. Okay, and then we want to module dot exports DB. Okay, so that's the only thing we are exporting from this. Okay, so let's create some query. Let's create a query thing in here. So we can do maybe like task queries. I want to const. I don't need connects, I don't believe. I just need the DB. So we're going to do const DB equals require our connection. I want to, at the beginning of this, do const. This is going to be tasks equals db dot Oh, there's a way to do this. It's been in Query Builder. Oh, I can do connects table name. Okay, so can I just do DB? Yeah, table name. So in this case, that's tasks. And then now I have the tasks. This is the task DB, right? So maybe task DB. And then I can now use this inside of queries. So if I want to create a new task, I want to return. I probably want to return the ID. So we're going to insert the task. We're returning just the ID. That's all I care about. I don't care about the options or anything else. Oh, but I do need to await. So that comes out like that, and then we're going to return the ID. Okay, so that's insert task, and then we're going to come back to our task routes. We're going to actually, I could probably do this. Oh, I need to export that. That went too far out. I want to go to DB task queries. And specifically, I want to get the insert task out of here. We have this rec.body, so I just want to pass in the rec.body. So we're going to do const r. Oh, and this needs to now be an async, so we can get our ID, insert task, rec.body. Now, if you fail for some reason, Black Enemy, hello, how are you doing today? Let's see. If you fail for some reason, that would obviously bad. So we're going to put this into a try catch. And if that were to happen, we're going to respond. So we're going to do res dot set the status to be a 500 because this is probably our fault, and then return JSON and have the error be error dot message. Okay, so that's that. And then, okay, so we have const ID. Okay, so we get the ID from that, and then I just want to return with the ID. So we're gonna do a res dot status 201 turn JSON, and then I want the maybe like data or yeah, let's just data is the ID. Okay, now this isn't try catch, so it can only be one or the other. Otherwise, I would put returns in front of these. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so if I run this, this should now work. We have nothing in here right now, so I want to execute you. So we're going to build a Docker host. So if I send you, hey, we get an ID 1 back. If I come back to here and we look at you again, we have our build Docker course up and running. Claude, hello. This is so we're making a Docker course, and yeah, we haven't gotten to the point where we're using Docker volumes to mount them and then make the data more persistent. That's going to come. That's going to come next. Actually, let's okay, so that's the insert. Let's do the get all, and then we'll show. Then it'll be easier to show off the that everything sort of disappears as soon as we reset the postgres container. What's really nice is that you notice now that these containers are completely isolated and separated. So if I relaunch the Node.js one, Postgres doesn't really care. If I really relaunch the Postgres one, the Node.js one kind of cares. I only need to restart it though, because that way it will reconnect to the database. Sylvie, what are you looking for? Hey, whatever that is, don't eat it. Don't eat random things on the desk. Is that a piece of your cloth? Huh. It's like a clock casing. That's gone. Don't eat your clock. Toan Lee, hello. Could you please guide to create web API with Actix Web? I do have a task on my to-do list to create a course for Actix Web. So eventually, yes, I'll be able to do that. Not right now though. So it means the settings and config don't vanish. It's the content that's due. Well, maybe. So like, it gets confusing because each containers can be slightly different, right? Because in this case, the Node.js one, we're mounting the local code to it with a volume, which means that I could just delete this and recreate it all I want, and it doesn't matter at all. All the stuff that actually matters is on my system, and I mount into and share it essentially with that container. With Postgres, it actually has that data inside of it right now. So when it disappears, that data disappears too. But yes, when I use those environment variables in the Docker run command, so as long as I remember what that is and keep that around, I can recreate it exactly the same as it was before. Okay, so let's do, okay, so we did a route to get that. So we do a post. Let's do a dot get, and we're going to do an async rec and res. We'll do another try catch. Let's do the same exact thing. Now, this is simple enough here that I'm just going to be a little bit fun and say we're going to have a handle error. This is going to take in an error, and we're just going to console.error the error out. We're going to res.status 100. Just pass that on up. Now, this is not probably the best way to do it because you don't necessarily want to send like the raw error message up to the parents. But in this case, this is not really production code here. This is more example code. So I'm okay with that. Now I'm going to, for this catch, we're just going to handle We're going to hand over and call handle error and pass it in the air. And the exact same thing here. Okay, so that's a little bit easier to deal with. Okay, so now we have this try catch. Now I want to get all, so we're going to go back to task queries. All right, so we're going to return tasks db. Going to select everything. Yeah, just select everything. There we go. That's all I want to do. Just return that. That's simple enough, right? So we get all of you, and now I want a res.json. We're gonna have all tasks, just tasks like that, and that's what we send back. This is also an opportunity to learn basic Express. I suppose so. I think that Express is no longer the winning backend for Node.js backends. I think that a lot of people now recommend something else, but I don't exactly know what that is. I've been out of the JavaScript based stuff for a while. Oh, Zilby left. I guess he got tired. He didn't like me telling him he couldn't eat his own claw. Okay, so if we run this now, so I want to build, let's also do another one. We're going to do a get to host 3000 tasks. And if we get that, here's our tasks, ID1, name, build Docker course, completed false. Okay, so we got everything back. Ben Winnan, hello. How are you doing today? Veet. Oh, I've heard a lot about Veet. Yeah. Is that the current winner in the backend? I think there's like a bunch of them, right? Okay, so basically now we get all of these, right? And I can create another one. I can basically say, here, we had a request for this build. We'll call this just Actix Web, Actix Web JSON API. And so if I send you and we get all again, is this get all? Uh-oh. Why am I just getting me all the tasks? That doesn't seem right. That's interesting. What did I do wrong? Oh, you thought Vite was front end. Yeah, it shows that how long I've been out of it that I don't even remember. I've just heard of Vite. I don't remember what it is. Oh, it's a bundler. Okay. Oh, so that's replacing Webpack. About time. Webpack needed to go. You think the Insomnia client is bugged? Yeah, it might be, because that should not be sending this. Okay, how did I do this? What the heck did I do? Okay, so let's do a new request. Localhost 3000. Okay, so go to tasks. What did I do? Okay. If I switch you to just a get to tasks. Oh. So what I was hoping is that it would not hit this. That's so weird. Why is it hitting this? And it's still passing the same data. That seems weird. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna quit you and restart Insomnia. And let's try you again. No. What did I do? How is that even possible? There's no data for it to send. I don't know how it's creating it with the same name. Okay, so what we are, okay, first of all, oh, I didn't mean to. Let's open up our logs for here. So I want to view logs. Then I need to, what? Morgan? I think it was Morgan was the logging library that we all used back in the day. See, this is in the code. Okay, so we're going to install Morgan. And then in app, I want to pull you in. And then before any of these, I want to app.use Morgan. I don't remember if I need to do anything with it, so we're going to find out. Here's our logs. I want to now hit this again. This is, oh, it wants me to use. Oh, it's named after Dexter. I never watched Dexter, so I've always been confused about the name. Okay, so I basically just do Morgan, run it as a function, and then hand it a string. So let's do dev. What? And now it gives me this back. Okay. Insomnia, did you? I'm so confused about why now it works. All right. Who knows? Weird. Weird. Okay, but anyways, now we can see, okay. So this is actually not that bad because we can just say, oh no, we just corrupted our database and put a bunch of random shit into it, and we don't care about this anymore. So instead of me having to go in and manually clear the database, what I can do is I can just, I don't want to restart because I want to actually, we're going to stop and we're going to remove the Postgres container. We're going to come back to here. We're going to come back to here and do a Docker run and go find that, here, where we put the Postgres container on the same network. We're gonna run you, error waiting for container. I don't know why we got that error, but you're back up and running again. I just need to restart this container because it does rely upon Postgres running before it. And Okay, you should be restarted. Now, if we hit, oh, we lost our logs. That's okay. Let's go ahead and for node, we want to review the logs here. And I want to hit send on this. And what happened? Why are you upset? Select star from tasks, relation task. Oh yeah, look at this. Relation task doesn't exist. So we need to rerun the migrations. So we need to reconnect a shell to here, and we do an npx npx connects migrate up. It recreates that. And now if I run you, waiting for file changes. Okay, fine. Come in here, just hit save. Oh wait, are you sending this to a post because I have JSON in here? That's weird. Although you don't have that. There it goes. Now we get a get, and we have no tasks in there. It's not complicated, but if you don't know this, you'll definitely cry. It's I would say that's a good allegory for, allegory might not be the right word. That's a good way to say anything for modern web development. If you don't know this, you'll definitely cry. The problem is that the needs for web development have changed so rapidly, and we went from needing web sites that are very simple to web applications in which we're building just full out applications that used to be desktop applications, but now run in a web browser. And we're no longer using a web browser as just a thing to display text and hypertext links. Now we're using it as a virtual machine to, deploy apps. Like, think of it like how the JVM, the Java virtual machine, runs Java applets everywhere that you want, or applications everywhere you want. Now JavaScript applications wherever you want. And it works pretty well. Like, there's a reason why it's become super popular. And it's not going backwards. We're going forwards with it. How are you attaching the dev folder without using dev container? Yeah. So how am I doing that? Let's, Aro, you know Docker. So if I just show you this is our Docker run command. Can you see this? Do I need to make this bigger? For Express. So specifically, I'm just using the volume. Yeah, so that makes it pretty simple. And since it's for dev, it works just fine. And I'm also using environment variables for here. So that way we don't need to have like a .env file or anything else like that. Although we will be using a .env file eventually. Okay, so we just reset our database and the data is gone. So let's say we didn't want to reset our database. Or no, let's say we wanted to reset our database and not lose all the data and just have the data continue to be there. Now, we can do that by creating a volume container, which is kind of weird to say it that way, but it's very possible. So what we can do is I'm going to do a Docker volume ls, and this shows here's all the volumes I just happen to have on my system. We're going to create a new one. Just going to do Docker volume create, and we're going to call this maybe our Express PG. So that way this is the volume that our Postgres can use. I'm going to have a specific volume container for anything that needs a volume for it. Okay, so express PG, that goes into there. And now I want to attach this to the Postgres container when that runs, which means you got it again. I've got to remove the Postgres container. So let's go ahead and do this. I might as well stop the node one since this is useless without the Postgres app. We're going to, as soon as that finishes, let's delete our Postgres containers. And now we're going to create a new one. And so I want a Docker run. Here's what we did for Postgres. And I literally just forgot the name of the volume container that I created. So we're gonna figure it out. I think it's express PG. We'll find out. So before I give it the name here, we're gonna do I think it's volume. Well, it's been so long. Let's go look it up. Okay, in the case of name volumes, the first field is the name of the volume, and then the second field is where it's going to go. So I just want -v again. The name of the volume is express PG is what we called it, and then colon, and then where it's going to go inside of there. So where are we going to mount this? Axum, hello. How are you doing today? To find out where we want to go for this, we're going to go to the Postgres image documentation and find out where it stores the database data itself, which shows it PG data. When mounting a volume to here, let's see, the default is varlib postgresql data. That's what I want to do. So I want to mount to there. So you can see here, I do -v, the name of that volume that I created, and then varlib postgresql data, postgres. I create that. Let's go ahead and restart node. That will then connect to our Postgres database. We need to I need to reconnect to you. So attach shell. I want to rerun our npx connects migrate up. Migrate up. Okay, so we ran our migrations. Now I can, we're going to create a couple things here. So let's do, this will be a post to task. So here we have our ActiveWeb.json API. We have our Docker course. We have those two things created there. If I get these two things, it's doing that stupid thing again. Hold on, let me watch the logs. Huh, it did a get that last time. Weird, it did do a get. Why are you weird? What am I doing wrong with this? That it does the get and it just gives me the task. That seems odd. Do we get in a browser? Yeah, we could do a get in browser. Here, let's Okay, so not insomnia. That's what I got with the browser. Okay, so I got... How did I screw this up? If I restart you, that gives me that. How did I mess that up so badly? And task queries, okay, so we have enter task, get all tasks, get all tasks. I'm just selecting them all. That's all I'm doing. Where will this course be published? I'm going to publish it on my LMS. And then after that, I have not decided if I'm also going to create a cut for it for YouTube, but definitely my LMS that I have, which is at learning dot. Let's see, I can actually show you where that is. So that is here. So it eventually will be here. Okay, when it starts, when I restart the server, it decides that it's okay to run to Git. Other than that, it's always going to post. I'm so confused at like how it could be hitting this over and over and over again. Let me try console.log. Creating new task. Okay, so when I'm doing that, and then we're hitting you, so I want to get all the tasks. So here we go. Okay, so we get all the tasks. We'll just wait until we see that happen again. Let's see, you were developing something with Rust WASM. Where is that course? That course is only on YouTube right now. That's an old course that was U. And I haven't created a new version of U course yet either. I'm kind of waiting for you to get a little bit. I feel like it's getting really close to dropping like a new major update. So I kind of want to like build courses on something that's already 1.0, which would be something like Actix Web before I get to U. And Leptos is also like under heavy development too. Okay, yes, let's post this. So new Docker course again, then back to here. Yeah, look at that. Getting all tasks, get tasks. Okay, so what that tells me is that the problem is this is a terrible idea. So I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm just going to say table name tasks like that, insert tasks, insert. That should now fix it. So if I do an insert, okay, we get everything. I create one. I get them. Okay, so now it's working the way expected. Okay, so apparently what I was doing there before was caching the previous thing that I was doing and then just rerunning that again, which was a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. So I didn't realize it was going to do that. That's fun. That's like some of the fun stuff you get with Node.js. Like it caches everything behind the scenes, which makes it super fast, but also obviously not great. But okay, so we just created that volume container. to show that it's actually working, I want to now, we're going to remove the Postgres. We're going to remove the Postgres container again. We're going to stop you. We are going to create this Postgres container. Really important that we create it with this volume, and we need to keep that same volume there. So we kept you, and then we restart node. We need to reconnect to all those things. But now that we know what we're doing, I shouldn't need to connect to those anymore. And if I get all, they still exist like this. I don't have to re-migrate. I don't have to do any of that stuff. It just, the data is still there. So this is how Hungry Bear, and everybody else who obviously is like interested in it, but I know you asked this question. This is how you have that permanent data available for us. And I use air quotes there because everything in Docker is ephemeral. I could clear out that volume, I can delete it, I can connect a different volume, and it could just disappear at a moment's notice. And it's really like, it's all there for me. I have full control over it. So as long as I keep on connecting that specific volume to it, that data remains for it. How did it cache though? So I don't know exactly how it's working behind the scenes. It's been too long since I looked into that. But when I do a DB task, that apparently was part of the same request. And so therefore, whatever the previous request I ran, it wanted to run that one again, which in that case was the post. So it kept on doing the post over and over and over and over again, which obviously is not what I want to do. There might be something where I can do at the end, like some kind of finalize, but this is fine. This will work for us. Cool. Okay. So, the big thing we just did was persist data with a volume container. How can I take part in your Axum 0.16 oh, live? Yeah, so I need to remove that. I was planning on doing that, and then 17 came out, and then it looks like 18 is going to come out very shortly. So I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to do the live course when it turns 1.0. So when that happens, I'll probably have like a pre-sign up or something. So right now, unfortunately, you can't take part in it yet. But eventually I'm going to add that in there. So right now, the best way to sort of stay informed with that would be to follow me on any of the social medias or follow on Discord. And then because Discord is going to be the first place that I'm going to give first access to join in on any of the courses. And I believe I have a link to Discord on YouTube on the page. If you can't find it on there, just let me know and I will get the link and share it with you. Okay, so so we persist the data. That's great. And then also, if we look at a README, we have created task. We've got all tasks. Let's get a task by ID. And then our break is coming up pretty soon. I've been doing this for 2 hours. So I think I want to take a quick break and go grab a drink. But I'll do that in a couple minutes when the ads start. Okay, so that's going to be in task queries. Let's get one task. We're going to take in the ID like this. Now, I probably just want to return the ID that we get, right? So we're just going to do return db of tasks. We want to select everything. Where? How does the where work again? It's weird. I don't think I passed it in an object. Oh no, I do pass it in an object. Okay, so object syntax, or I could do key value syntax. So that would work too. Okay, so where the ID is equal to ID, and then I want to get first. So that means it won't return an array of objects, it will return a single one, or a null, which is always fun. Okay, so then back to task routes. Okay, 30 seconds. So this won't work anymore because now we have to get another one to handle the task routes. And where did I put, this is inside, oh, that's inside you. Okay, so we'll do another route here for that. And then I will create this route after the break. We're taking that in around 5 seconds. So ads on Twitch should start very shortly. Am I pulling connections? I believe that I want to say that pulls the connections automatically for me, but it's been way too long. Groovy, hello. How are you doing today? All right, so ad break has started. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break for that. And then I will see you all in around 3 minutes or so when the ad break on Twitch is finished. So see ya very shortly. All right, I am back. Did the ads all finish? Looks like they have. I also bribed Zilby with some food. Brought him down here. He's not in front of the camera yet, but maybe he'll stay and hang around with us. Where are the ads? I don't actually care that much if they don't play. Apparently it turns them off for the pre-rolls, and if they don't play for you, then that's not like, there's not enough of you that I make like a serious amount of money on them, so I'm really running them to stop pre-rolls more than I'm running them to try to like make a buck or two, and it's less than that I would make, even though they're trying to bribe me by saying they'll give me 55% sharing for those ads, which still doesn't amount to very yeah, it's not even lemon money, because lemons are expensive these days. I can't even, off of a single day running all of the ads, I think the most I've ever made of them is 65 cents, which is like, okay, it's, ads are stupid. That would be, I would not be surprised if that's where we're going, where we're like eventually like sponsors would suggest, okay, can you just like play ads through the video, like that. We're probably going to go for something like that eventually. Okay, so Sylvie, you want to hang out? Want to come here? Hey. All right, you love the streams, so do more. Yes, I am doing I am definitely continuing to do streams. All right, well, Zilby decided instead of being held, he wanted to be a shoulder cat today, so do you want to go to your, where are you going? Where do you want to go? Let's go. Yeah, shoulder cat is also always nice. Do any of you watch Jackson Galaxy on his website? And I think on his YouTube page, he has this amazing photo of him with one of his cats on his shoulder, but it always just looks so amazing. Whereas whenever we try to get a picture of me with Zilby on my shoulder, it just looks like Zilby's, you know, like it doesn't look nearly as good. How do you all keep up with all these technologies? The best way I've found to keep up with the technologies is to not try to keep up with the technologies. Instead, what I do is I focus on making sure that I know like the basics of how to work with computers. I know the basics and the fundamentals of working with basically just all programming, with working with like Linux, Unix, Windows, Mac, just the fundamentals part of that. And then whenever I do need something on top of that, I learn it at that moment. So like just in time learning, essentially, as opposed to trying to learn it all up front or trying to keep up with it. And I have found that when I get a job and they, you know, hire me to work on a technology that I've never worked on before, which has happened quite often. So I've more often not like gotten jobs where I don't know the technology and they know I don't know, but they have confidence, rightly so, that I can learn it quickly. And then I do. I just learn it on the job and go from there. And if you get to that point, which is definitely expected of senior developers, then that's a good place to be. Those are the best jobs. You get money and experience. Exactly. Yes. But yeah, it's not, I don't think it's a good idea to try to pre-learn technologies before you're going to use them, unless it's something fun for you to do. So like I pre-learned Rust, but not because I had this idea that I was going to create courses in it. I wanted to learn for myself a systems language that was compiled and highly good types is a strongly typed system. And I was going to go with C, and then one of my coworkers like, why are you doing C? Use Rust. And so I'm like, okay, I'll just use Rust. And then that's where that started. Low level is another way to put that. Yeah. Some are useful though, because it lets you do something you want. It is a good idea to every once in a while. Well, so to me, and it's a little bit easier for me because I'm a content creator and you all tell me about new cool things that are in there, so I just sort of keep a list of them. If you find a network, a place where people are constantly just chatting about new technologies that they have found, then you can ask them and say like, okay, I'm going to build a project and logging sucks. Is there a good logging library that any of you use? And then you'll get like 5 responses and it's like, okay, we'll try one of them and just see how it works. Docker is one of those technologies that I would call fundamental. Like it's really, really good idea to learn the basics of Docker because it is so useful for everything else. Okay, so let's see. Right, we were going to do get one. So we need to do another router route. And then instead of exposing this router, we have to expose... oh, wait, no. I just do router route like this. Never mind. So router route. I'm going to do pass. Then we do the ID. We're going to get... async... We have a reckon response. Let's first just console log out what this ID is to make sure that I've got it, because I'm pretty sure I have it. Groovy JavaScript, my eyes. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're doing JavaScript for the code that's going to be inside the example code that's going to be inside the Docker course. So sorry about that. But it is ancient Express code. So does that help at all? Now convert this to TypeScript. I do like TypeScript. It's getting a project going with TypeScript, especially a backend project, is still too painful. Unless, of course, it's the bundler stuff all just handles it anymore. But like running, because Express doesn't run TypeScript code. You can't handle it. You can't hand it that. You have to compile it and then hand it that. And there's glue code and other things you need to set up. And it's like, oh, I don't feel like it. Parcel, that probably would work with it. I haven't used Parcel since 1.0. I went through looking at Parcel documentation and they removed the part where they talked about Rust code. So I guess they removed it. But Parcel is written in Rust, right? Okay, so let's just do a console log, and then we are... First of all, I'm now confident enough we can get rid of these other console logs. So I'm going to get rid of you and you. I want to console log the... Also, let's get the ID here. I think it's params.id. And we're going to getting task with ID. Let's see. We'll do res.json. I want to return, I guess, like a task We'll just say meow. So this should still be working, which means I should just be able to hit it. We'll do a new task. Let's get one. And there we go. Okay, so we get that. And then I need to view logs of you. So there, getting tasks with 1, and then if I get tasks with 2, we see that there. So perfect. So then I can oh, you know what? How is this not yelling at me? I completely failed to in dependency inject this in properly. I need to do that. Okay, so then you're happy now inside of you. Okay, so we're gonna get the task. Okay, so we'll get the task by ID, and then we'll just res.json the task. Okay, so now if we run you, now we get, okay, there's the Docker course. There's the Actix Web JSON API. Perfect. Comparing this to writing SQL calls in PHP looks so simple. Yeah, PHP is great, but I only like to use PHP with something like Laravel. Anything else in PHP, and I'm just gonna say like, yeah, how much are you paying me for this? Or I'm not gonna pull out anything manual or for PHP unless it is modern Laravel, which is Laravel is a great framework. I love it. But again, it has to be modern PHP, like the most recent version. Hugh, hello. How are you doing today? ChatGPT, make me some simple Express code to manage tasks, have endpoints for adding mod. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a way to try to do it. If you already know exactly what you want to do, then, and how it works, then it can be helpful. But it also, like, if you don't necessarily know how to do it, it can cause, like, it can hallucinate. And by can, I mean, it will hallucinate. And knowing, like, that it is starting to do that is helpful. Laravel solved a lot of issues. Yeah, Laravel is, I would put Laravel right up there with Rails as in importance in the monolithic application like frameworks. You never found that ChatGPT hallucinates in JavaScript, only in Rust? I mean, yeah, it's very possible. I think the more specific you're trying to use it with like libraries, it probably has a higher chance. And obviously the less people that have used stuff, like the more new things you're doing, it's going to hallucinate. So yeah, it's a thing to be aware of, right? Because it can happen. All right, so let's get one task. So let's see. So we get one. Okay, update. We want to update a task, which in this case, we only have to update the name. Oh, and we can mark it completed. So for this, okay, so we have our get. Let's do a let's do a patch for this because I'm only going to take in the name for it. So patch, do an async. We want to get the ID out. I want to get the name. And then I want to update the name for what we're going to do. So that's going to be a new query here. So we'll need the ID and the name. So I don't need to return anything out all for this, do I? We're just going to do a db tasks update. And then I think where it's going to be, so that's going to be name, the name, where, ID, and that's it. I suppose we can return this. Okay, so then we're gonna do our try catch. So we're just gonna await, update name, pass it the ID and the new name. And then we're going to do a res dot send status of 204, I believe, which is a no content. Otherwise, we're going to catch, get that error. And I want to handle error, and res. Okay, so that gives us a patch. Oh, you never heard of patch? Yeah, so a patch is very similar to a put. The patch means you're just changing only what you need to change. So think of if we're on Twitch and YouTube, right? So think of if you're updating a game, right? You have Steam open and there's a new game that's updating, and so it runs, and you notice that it's patch updates, right? Like it tells you, oh, here's a patch, like there's a game patch to do. Well, what does that really mean behind the scenes? It means that they're replacing some of the files with new versions of those files. That's all that it really is just a bunch of files changing out. Now, sometimes they might be animation files, oftentimes they're code files, and it's instead of downloading the entire game over again, it's just downloading the new files that need to be replaced along with a single file that tells it which ones to do, and then it just replaces them wholesale. And that way, like if you have, like, let's say Starfield with what, like a 12 gigabyte download, 15 gigabytes, you don't have to download 15 gigabytes for a patch unless, of course, they changed everything, which some games do that sometimes. Some games is like, here's a patch, and it's literally every file, the entire game has been changed. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a patch is just changing one piece of the database, like one piece of that table at a time. And obviously I have control over this, right? I can choose to like not use the word patch. I could just use post. But by using patch, I am communicating and I'm telling other developers who are using this API, this is what's going to happen. And you could actually sort of predict what's going to happen based upon that. most games use some kind of like auto patcher system to do. You're pretty sure Call of Duty patches are the whole game. I mean, it depends upon the patching system that they use. Okay, so this patch just replaces just the name, right? So that's all we're gonna do. Now, I do a patch here because I'm not allowing them to change the completed ad. I'm gonna do something else for that. Okay, so that does that, which means that I saved it. We should be able to update you, right? So here, if we get you, so here's this one, Actix Web JSON API. What if I want to capitalize the JSON? So this is ID1. I want to take this name. I want to do a patch. Pass 1, and in the body, name is going to be, let's do JSON API. So if I now send, I got 204 no content. We come back to here. And now we have that. So it successfully worked. So nothing new that we need to do with Docker for that. That's good. Let's say I want to, what am I missing? In README, so let's see, that's one of the updates. Oh, the other update is I want to mark it as completed or not. So what if I do, okay, let's do in here, mark completion. So I have the ID and then the completed, which will be a Boolean. I can actually set this to be a default in there. So its default is false. What did I name you? It is called completed. Okay, so it is completed. So update that where ID is that. Oh, you know what I should have done that I forgot to test? We should get all. Just to, yeah, I didn't set all the names to that, this is good. Just that one. That's always fun when you forget a where on your SQL and then bam, everything updates. Is this supported in other languages using this patch index? It's part of the standard for REST. So it's less that it's supported in other languages and more of that this is part of the HTTP standard. And if you want more reading on this, not status codes, HTTP verbs, path, no, patch. Yeah, so here's more information if you want to look up on it. Okay. Mark completion. Okay, so that mark. Okay, so we have mark completion here. We can come back to our routes, and we're going to create a new route off of this ID. Now, I want to mark completion on this, right? So this is going to probably be a new one. So we're going to do a router route. I want this to be tasks. We want the ID, and then I want completion, maybe something like that. Now, how do I want to do this? Let's mark this as complete, like that. Complete. Incomplete? No. Is the installing Docker part included in your videos? Are they uploaded to YouTube yet? I haven't created any videos yet. Well, all I've done is created articles for them, and I haven't even uploaded them to the LMS at all. They're just here on my local system that I'm keeping a backup in a private repo on GitHub too. But we have installing Docker as part of that. Basically, I cheat and I say for installing Docker is if you're on Windows or you're on Mac, install Docker desktop, install Docker desktop. And if you're on Linux, install Docker engine. And then I just point you to where the instructions are on Docker's website. Yeah, I figure like for anything where there's better documentation of like how to do something, there's no reason for me to write a crappier version of that as part of my instructions. I'll just point you to that. And then I write the articles where I don't think that there's necessarily like that. I think that my style is better. Which like that's where most of these are either like pointing at other things or just like you can almost think of it like a curated list of things to sort of learn and look into. Is this an endpoint that means mark the task with this ID as complete? That's what I'm thinking of doing. This is where I'm sort of stepping away from REST and just saying, okay, I want this to be that. Now I probably want this to be like I can do patch where it's just update that, right? So just go to here. And then we're gonna get the async recres. Oh, you know what? I should be doing this. Okay, so then I want to, this is called mark completion. So we have our ID, and then completed is going to be true. And then we're going to do res dot send status 204. So this is going to be one of the two routes, and then I'm going to do another one here where I'm going to solve incomplete. We're going to get the error, and then the only difference is this is false. Okay, so now I should be able to do another patch. Can I duplicate you? Yeah. So we're going to call this complete task. So here is task 1. It's completed false. I'm going to 1 complete. Hit that. We're going to go back to get, and you're completed. We're going to uncomplete, and you're back to false again. So now I can do that. Yeah, and HTTP 204 is success, no content. So I'm not sending any body back with it. So the front end now knows. And so it's two things. If you use the status codes in conjunction with the methods together, then you almost have a language that you can use to communicate with the developers to know this is what's happening. So if you get status code 204, you know as a developer that you're never going to get data with that. Or at least never is probably a strong word. You shouldn't be getting that data back with that. It's the server basically saying, I'm not giving you any data, and that's actually a good thing. Like, it's not a problem. You're not missing anything. Okay, so that's good. We're able to mark those. Okay, then finally delete. I want to put delete under here. Oh, I guess before we go in there, let's do the delete here. Okay, so then that should handle the delete. Okay, so right now, if we get this one, okay, let's get all tasks. Okay, so if I get all tasks, here we see we have this task ID 2 Docker course. Let's clean this up. I want to delete 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I want to take 2 through 8. Okay. So if I hit you, res.status code is not a function, so I did not do that correct. Oh, send status. Oh, which means that it successfully did it, and then it didn't do it. Oh, my cat is on the list of API. Oh, yeah, the cat is on the list. Hold on, let me just move that over there. That works. Okay, so this one's deleted. If I try to do this again, I'm lying to it and saying, yeah, I totally deleted you, even though nothing happened. So 3. Okay, so now if we get all, there's only 2 of them. We have the Docker course and Actix Web. So, okay, we have finished CRUD. We now have a working app that just does basic CRUD stuff, which is great. Now, if we take a look at what we did, this is everything. Okay, so use the volume of the share code of the container, expose ports between host and container, set the working directory when running a container, viewing Docker container logs, connecting 2 containers with a network, persist data with a volume container. I don't really, like, there's not really much else that we need to do with a container. We already have connect to and like run stuff inside of there. So like all that stuff we did up here. So is there anything else that we need, that we would need when like just for daily dev? I don't think so. I think we're good to go. The only thing your volume needs is the database storage, yes, which I have right here, which is persist data with a volume container. I guess persist data with a volume. How about that? Volume containers aren't really a thing anymore. That was back in the day before they had volumes. What am I using for my database? I'm using Postgres. So if you want to take a look, here is the command I used to create the Postgres container, and so you can see I have this express PG volume that I'm mounting to Postgres data. And then another thing that I think that's really good to point out here is that I'm not exposing the ports for Postgres to my system, so it's actually impossible for me to connect to it with another database. Only Express that's on this network can connect that database. Okay. So these are 2 things together. Is there anything else that I would want to put on the same network? I can't think of anything. Sylvie, you're done? You're heading out? I guess Zilby's done with this. He just saw that app was completed and is no longer needed. So you need Docker commands to spin up the database and then the app, open ports for app and volume, mount for data. Yes. During the course to use different names for containers and volumes. I see names repeated, but I know it's different yet. I like to do that. I do like to do, well, I guess like in this case, I'm keeping them the same here, following the general idea of in programming, when we give names, we don't necessarily want to put the type in there. So you don't say like var name string equals, then the name. You just do var name equals string. And then in this case, I have the name of the container is express PG. And then also we have the name of this network is express CRUD. And then everything goes into express CRUD here. And then also I have a volume express PG because this volume is only for this container. Oh, maybe some env var secrets for the database. I do have... I do have environment variables up here somewhere. Maybe I don't. Okay, so okay, so set environment variables when running a Docker container. There we go. Reps, hello. How are you doing today? How's your terminal like this? I'm using a program called Zellige. So you can see Zellige right here. The Zellige part, think of it very similar to Tmux. It's a window manager. So it allows me to create windows. Zellige also gives me these, the title up here, and then also the commands down here to sort of see what they are. Which, that's not helpful. That's cool though, but that's not what I want. It would be nice if I could hide this down here whenever I want, but I don't remember if there's commands for that. But yeah, does that answer your question? How do I spell that? It's right up here. So top left, Zellij. All right, so it's time to start writing our articles out. So use a volume to, so I kind of want to rename this. Share code with a Docker container. All right. Let's see. What kind of dev am I? I am a full stack developer. I do a lot of Rust code. I do a lot of web development stuff. I do work on a front end. I work on a back end. I've been known to work very closely and help out designers before. I write CSS when needed. All of the above for everything. So I am basically I full stack. Full stack software engineer, software developer, whatever term is for somebody who does all that stuff. That's what I do. I'm also an instructor and teacher, so teacher of those things as well. You can create install Zellige, and then I think what I did, I think you could install it through Homebrew or something else. Am I currently employed? Partially. I am, but my day job, I staved off being laid off by having my day job switch me to 10 hours per week. So I'm employed 10 hours per week, which I spend all that time on Fridays. And then I created like an LLC for this. So I'm actually running a business for like this stream and then creating courses and sort of like working towards making money that way. I still make more money with that 10 hours a week on my previous day job. But I am all the money for like hosting everything else and all that has been is covered through the Twitch streams on YouTube, the advertisement money, all that stuff is being covered. So that's good. Like it makes me feel a lot better. Does that answer the question, or did I go too far? Okay, share code with a Docker container. So oh, there's one more thing. There's one more thing. Where am I? Where's my Helix? I'm now confused. There you are. Oh, I went into here. Use Docker, use a Docker file to simplify to customize a Docker image. That's going to be really important. So that's what we were missing. What advice would you give me for someone trying to be a full stack developer for web dev? So front end and back end web developer, but starting with front end. Oh, and also Sebastian, hello. Can you live with all of that, or do you have a day job? I guess like I answered that question. Like that's my 10 hours a week. Can I live with it? No, I'm not making enough. Combined with those two together, I'm not making enough to survive in the US. Like it's too expensive here. But my wife does have a software developer. She's also a software engineer job, and she is working full time. So in a way, she is paying for me to to be able to do this. Otherwise, I would be living off my savings. But with her, we don't have to do that yet. So I am doing the very slow. I'm trying to build this up for long term, and then go with that. All right, reps. I didn't forget about you. Okay, so advice to become a full stack web developer. The best advice that I can give is to build web applications. If you want to become a web developer, build web apps, which sounds reasonable, right? You want to build web applications of enough complexity that it can show a company that you are able to provide value to them if they were to hire you. So building like a simple to-do app is not going to be enough here. You're going to want to build something that they can look at it and then sort of in their mind compare it to what they're doing and say, oh, okay, I can imagine the skills required to do what you did can now be used over here with us. And most software developers don't do that. So just by doing that, all you then have to do is figure out how to get past the interview processes, and then you're good to go. So just build web apps. And if you can't build them sufficiently complicated to begin with, then do a ramp up. So begin by building the simplest thing that you know how to build, which might be a to-do app. Now rebuild that, but with one more feature. Now rebuild that with another feature. Rebuild that. And when I say rebuild, I'm doing something called, I recommend something called, I call build and burn, which is build it up, burn it down, build it up again, burn it down, build it up again, burn it down, build it up again. Each time with more complexity added onto it. By the end of it, you'll be so good at that you will, that building something new won't be scary anymore. That's the entire point. You're trying to get yourself to the point where you're not scared by the blank canvas, by the empty repo. And then you can go in and like, oh, you want this? Oh yeah, I could totally do Does that make sense? Does that answer your question, Reps? So she is the boss. Yeah, in a way. Although I really call Zilby my boss. He's really, or he's both of our bosses. Should I try to build my own e-com store front end similar to Shopify stores and it includes payment method, etc.? Also, hello, Teston. It depends. So if here's the problem with like any of these type of questions for software engineering, especially for software engineering, probably for other things too. If you want to get a job working for a company that does any kind of like storefront type stuff, then yes, you should, because you're showing them that you know how to do that. Do you know how to do it exactly the way they do? No, of course not. But do you know how it works in general? Yes, because you did it. Now that's a lot better than somebody else saying, oh yeah, I totally understand that, but all they've ever done is maybe like read about it, or they've done little pieces of it together. By building it all together, you are able to now say, no, I am better than those people. Choose me. If you just want to build it because it's an interesting project, then the answer is maybe, right? Like it might be worth your time and it might not be. There's a lot of unknowns about it, and this is unfortunately where a like a career coach can help you out. They could help you decide exactly what to go for. If you're looking to get a job and you want to know what type of project and what technologies to use, here's what I always recommended my students. Choose what you want to do. I don't mean like you want to work with like Rust or JavaScript or Angular or Vue or React. Like choose the thing that it enables. So it might be something like, I want to help clean garbage out of the Pacific Ocean. I want to help provide services to for farmers in like my local community. Like something, the outcome of the code. Like figure out what that is that you really want to do. And then go onto LinkedIn and try to find companies, 5 companies that work within that space, that's what they're doing. Figure out, if you can, what they do. Like what is their tech stack? Do they have a tech stack? And then once you know that, build that. That's the tech stack you're going to use. That's like build something, sort of like build your to-do app or whatever, but in the context of that company. And now when you go to that company and you talk to them, you can say, this is what I'm like. It's not just like, yeah, I'm passionate about what you're doing. It's like, I'm so passionate that I built this thing and it's in that same space that they're in. That's really powerful. It's going to help out a lot. It's going to go really, really far with trying to get them to, consider you for a job. VVS Fountain. Thank you for that. Yeah. And the reason why I say go that for 5 different companies is because there's a good chance that like several of the companies you won't be able to find like the tech stack, or they won't be hiring, but like one of them might be. Eventually you'll find one. And if it's your first job whatsoever, it's gonna suck, because of those 5 companies, you might not get any of them to even give you the time of day. Usually if it's your first job, the strategy is different. You have to just take any job you can. And that is a completely different skill set whatsoever. And it sucks. I know we all root for you all who is going for your first job. That's like, no matter what, network. Never stop networking. That's going to be your number one way to get a job, no matter what stage you're in. Once you know how to develop, and especially once you have a job, this device goes like 10 times further than you do if you don't have a job right now. Like you've never had a job. If that makes sense. All right, we are about a minute away from another break. I think I am probably going to take it because I need to go use the restroom. So let's continue with this. And then when that starts, I'll take a 3-minute break. Too bad Zilby's not here. Otherwise I can switch over to the break screen. But okay, so, let me get back. Okay, maybe instead of starting it out with it, we can just start with, okay, so it is possible to develop inside a Docker container, but also use our favorite code editors. We can do this by mounting a local directory into the container when we create it. All right, advertisements just started. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break for 3 minutes, and then we'll be back and continue working on this. All right, be right back. All right, ad break ends in around 30 seconds. Okay, it is possible to develop inside a Docker container, but also use our favorite code editors. We can do this by mounting a local directory into the container when we create it. Okay, so let's. Oh, I don't have any. other windows open. I like to do this in like a half window because it feels a little bit easier to develop with. In fact, do another one like that. Can I move you? Yeah, make it like centered. That's a little bit easier to deal with. Okay, so I think it's an option, right? Okay, so something I would like to test though is what would happen if I attempt to do this on something that does already exist. So if I do Docker RM, let's do an IT. RM is for auto remove, so it will just delete this once we're done with it. So it's good. I find that the RM is great for testing little things like this. So I just want to test. Let's go with Ubuntu. Oh, I need to run. Okay, so what's something that's kind of important? Which ls? Okay, ls exists under bin. So let's try screwing ourselves over. Yep, totally screwed ourselves over. Okay. Yeah, because a bin stopped working. Hold on. What's something else I can destroy? Oh, actually, you know what? I don't have to say it. It's just done now. So what we can say is Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna do Docker run. I can remove the let's give I can give the keep that in there, and I'll just remove it in there in the example. Okay, IT the okay, so pwd, so working directory into, I'm gonna put this into /code. You're gonna work there. Okay. And then, okay, so that goes bin bash. So if we do that, then if I cd to /code, we can do an ls, and a bunch of this stuff exists. I probably want to do like that. That's a little bit better. And then we'll exit out. Bumero, hello. How are you doing today? Happy Tuesday. Okay, so we'll do Docker run, interactive TTY. We'll connect with a volume. We use a pwd, so for our work, print working directory of where we are, and then we put that into /code. We go to Ubuntu. We run the Ubuntu image. Let's do Ubuntu. That's gonna be fine. And then bin bash. Okay. Adjuvasvi, hello. Sorry if I butchered your username. Views on MERN stack. Is it relevant for getting jobs in 2024? MERN is Mongo Express React Node. Is that what that is? Here's so you probably missed it. I did a little spiel on this. Basically, the answer is maybe, or more likely it depends. So it can be related, it can be relevant, but it depends upon whether or not the companies that you're interested in are using that stack, or at least using stacks that are similar enough to it. Because if there's something like Mongo Express Angular Node, then MERN is going to be enough to help you out, right? Because Angular and React are similar enough that any hiring manager should know that if you have one front-end framework, you know how to do another one. However, if they don't like Mongo, or they've never used Mongo, and they only use SQL databases or a hybrid database like Cassandra, then I don't think it will help you out, because there's a lot more sort of negative feelings towards Mongo if you've never used it before. And so that's where it could hurt you. So the answer is figure out which companies you're interested in working for, find out if they use Mongo, and then go with that direction. Postgres in theory is also hybrid, isn't it? I would state that it's not hybrid, but this is my opinion, right? Like somebody else might have like the complete opposite consideration than I do. I would say that Postgres is probably not hybrid because the JSON stuff that it has are like not as great. Like I have looked through their methods, and I have no desire to try to like manipulate JSON in the same way that you can with Mongo. So basically I just Like if I need to store JSON documents and then I want to manipulate them and not just like grab them wholesale out of the database, I would probably pull out a technology like Mongo. You're an entry-level developer, just started coding stuff about a year and a half ago. You know backend stuff, you know backend, front end, and JS, and basic MongoDB and SQL stuff, and DSA and Python. Do you know a SQL-based database like Postgres or MySQL? I would just say that you know SQL, but not any like SQL-based databases. Knowing both is really helpful. Knowing both and being able to say like, hey, I know the basics, I know the fundamentals of both types of databases, can help no matter what. Why people focus on stacks? You have a good base knowledge. The main reason that people focus on stacks, especially early on in our careers, is mostly because if you haven't, I think it's more like if you haven't really done anything professional across like the multiple stacks, then it becomes more of a concern. Once you have a few years under your belt, then generally speaking, you've probably worked in both a non-SQL and a SQL database structure. And then you at that point in time, it doesn't matter anymore. Like you could just do, like you have the fundamentals now. Does that help? Aujasvi? I am sorry that I am not good at reading that name. It doesn't help that I can't get feedback besides text. So I don't know how what the correct pronunciation should be. Okay, excellent. Yeah, and Crossbow, you're absolutely correct. The learning new stuff fast, like getting to that ability where you can learn new stuff fast, trumps pre-learning 100% of the time. But resume, yeah, like there's nothing quite like having a resume that's one full page of all the technology that you know. Your first time on the channel, your content seems overwhelming, but you'll be a frequent visitor. Well, thank you for that. Hopefully it'll become less overwhelming with time. And then I'm always available for questions. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask away. Okay, so code that, and then we drop into here, and then we cd into code, and we ls, and I don't want to show that. I want to do this ls al, we show dot, we show that. Let's do share code with a Docker container. Yeah, let's show those things. Drops this out. And in fact, I can just cheat. We can just say like we have our README, and then we have our app code.js, let's say. That's fine. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so note that we use a special Let's see. We could do Mac stuff here. So users, let's do Brooks, Zerker, maybe like code, my code, colon, code. Okay. So that gives us, that then mounts, and then we have that in there. Okay, so that's just available to us. Be careful to only share the volume. Also, notwithstanding, if you install a unknown image and are using that, and they have some stuff working behind the scenes, you're root. You can do root things to your system, even if you're not root when you invoked Docker. Oh, that would be a good one. That's also... custom user? So like, not using root? Okay. Okay, so you can read more about Docker. Oh, but about volumes. At the official documentation. No semicolon. What am I doing there? Okay, so I mean, this is what I mean by like it's super simple, super basic. It's just running you through and just like, hey, just do this. So this is one of the articles. Okay, so this is share code with the Docker container. So I can now there we go. Okay. Expose ports between host and container. Oh, interesting. So I can even write articles. It doesn't have to be that deep. What do you mean? Like you can write articles? Oh, you know what? Let's so this is gonna be uh example backend project. So example. Oh, like based on what I learned or something you discovered? Absolutely, yes. So I know several people that keep a knowledge database for themselves, and you just write articles as if they're blog articles for yourself. And one of the it's almost like cheating, but it's not. It's absolutely not. One of the one of the best ways to learn something is to teach others. And instead of like, if you don't want to actually teach them or like put it out there, then what you can do is pretend to teach them. Teach your future self, teach your past self, write what Groovy calls the cheat sheets, and then just keep them on your computer. Even if you never reference them again, the act of putting everything out there and like explaining things in long form is going to get it into your brain a lot better. Okay. Okay, so we've created a simple Node.js Express project that we can use for example purposes. Oh, I actually have it here too. Okay, so git clone this to your local system. Okay, so oh, I guess, and a Postgres database. Let's see. Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to use this for multiple things. So let's just do this project requires it all stock database. It is meant to be used in conjunction with Docker. Let's see. Please clone this project locally. I like to push them into GitHub with the projects they apply to. They are a great reference for Docker. Oh yeah, absolutely. To use the config file in .ssh for GitHub SSH. I don't for GitHub SSH, but I do use that config file for AWS and for many other places that I'm connecting to. You know, another option instead of okay, so instead of like putting each one into the projects they apply to, one great option is to create your own repo in GitHub called knowledge, or something like that. And then create, like, you don't have any files in there, but create a wiki. So actually create a wiki which I think you can do just on any normal, yeah. So you can just come here to wiki, and you can just start creating pages. And if I were to do this, welcome to this wiki. If I save this, and you come down here locally, clone this wiki locally. You can clone this and then start like pushing things up to it via the command line. And it's basically you just have a full wiki page that you can also grep files through with the command line. It's really amazing. And it's a super basic, simple wiki too. And it just markdown is fine. So that would be my recommendation. Then all of your documentation and all of your notes and cheat sheets are all in one centralized location, which is really nice. Okay, before continuing on, please clone this project locally. Okay. So that's all we need to do there. All right, so expose ports between host and container. Yes, that would be your wiki library. Essentially, you can use it as a wiki library, and it's free. And it's technically open source too, so you can also use it to share your knowledge with team members or other people in case you write it. It is, however, pretty painful to let other people write to it. So I generally it should probably remain like just private to you, but GitHub has good controls for that. Okay, so then back into this. So in here, okay, so sharing code now. Since we already have the okay, so since we already have the express the repo clones, organize plain MD files is messy. If I remember correctly, so here, let's try this. I believe I can create a new page. Here, let's go to my desktop since I don't care about this. Okay, let's go into that. So here you are. I believe that what I can do, I think I can take folder. You can touch, like, you know, article to MD. I think I can do this. Go to home. Let's link to that. So article there. Now can I status? Edit an article. Oh, right, because I have like push stuff in here. I need to update this for SSH. So then I need get RM origin, I think. And then it's gonna be, I need to remember what this looks like. So you are get, okay, so if I copy you, throw you in there, think, okay, so get now we're gonna go to wiki. Okay, so this Works builds, okay, express CRUD wiki.get. So express CRUD dot wiki dot get. So I can do get. Oh, did I lose everything? Git push. Oh, get did I screw myself over? Git branch. Okay, there we go. So now I push that up, and so over here, you can see article in there. I can click into it. It went to folder github.com folder article. Okay, that is not the way I do links apparently. But you can see here, it actually organizes them in folders. So I can do that like this. Guru, hello, how are you doing today? And also Nkit, hello. I can't see what that message was though. Yeah, so anyways, it is possible to use folders like that. And then apparently I just did that. I don't think, it probably uses wiki syntax. For home, this is not the right way to do it. I think it's like this, where, yeah, it's like that. But you can now use like git push stuff and send that up, and you have basically a full wiki that you can access with folders and nested things. It's great. I love this a lot. Hello, Ankit. How are you doing today? So yeah, I mean, it's not the best, but it is a free wiki, which is nice. And it's also part of the entire GitHub ecosystem. So you sort of get everything you want to. All right, let's see. Back to you. All right, so let's apply this to the Express CRUD project so we can develop with this code. Since we already have the repo cloned, all we need to do is change directory into it and create the container to share the code. So in this case, we're now going to, let's do this over here. So I've previously, well, okay, let's just go into Express CRUD like this. Express CRUD, we're in here, and I want to, we're gonna do a Docker run. I guess we can do the IT thing. So we're gonna do Docker run IT, do a V. We're going to add in the ports and other stuff later, so we're just going to do the very basics, right? So we just want that in there. We're going to do node 20 and then /bin bash. That drops up in here. We're going to cd into /code, and we're going to do ls-al and see all the contents in there, and we're good to go. Okay, so for you, we'll do this. Okay, Docker run. Okay, so we have our Docker run. We do this /bin bash. that drops us into here. We cd into /code, we run lsshal, and it shows us all of this stuff. So we're good to go. And that's it. Okay. Okay, so, oh, you know what we should do? Ooh, this is gonna be good. Let's also remove node modules, but we'll keep the package lock because that's something you're supposed to keep in there. So that. Okay, so we'll do that. Since the modules Zilby, hi. Are you looking to say hi? Great, you just came across the channel? Nice. Excellent. Hopefully it's helpful. You wanna come over here? Zilby's deciding if he wants to climb up on me or not. Come here. His tail is magnificent. Okay, so he's just sitting on me. And purring. Okay, Zilby, I love you, but I guess are we just laid? I'm just gonna lay back here, and this is all we're gonna do is just hang out with Zilby. Are you cold? Is that why you're hanging out with me? Okay, I'm sorry. I've gotta come back up. Zilby's gonna go to his normal place and hang out there. That tail is magnificent. He's grown into his tail. When he was just a kitten, his tail was so long. And if you go back like 2 years, you can probably see some videos that have Zilby in it when he's a super young kitten, and just see that super long fluffy tail. It's still pretty long now, but I remember when it looked even longer on him. Skillful actor, hello. How are you doing today? You have a huge blocker. You're thinking of finding a strategy for learning in public, maybe do YouTube videos. It's kind of hard due to have noisy areas and stuff and people here. I can throw up blogs as well. I guess yeah, blogs are perfectly fine, right? Like learning live or doing things like that is not absolutely essential. Unfortunately, the way that things are right now, if you do videos without voice or without like an image of somebody on it, it won't get nearly as many views these days. And if the views aren't like the point and it's really just to sort of like create videos and do that, then it doesn't really matter. Then you can just sort of record without voice and then just overlay later or just like put music on the video or something like that, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, it's there's a lot of different strategies to do that. I think plenty of people are still reading blogs. I think the one that I see has the most visitors is dev.to, but that's not, I don't know of any I don't know of any better places to do blogs. Like Medium's pretty much out for dev. I don't think anybody's doing that anymore. LinkedIn is a good place. LinkedIn has some room for dev type blogs. My suggestion, just do one. Just like throw stuff out there and just see what makes sense for you. And just like see if it works. Because you could just write a single blog and then throw it onto every blog platform. It's not like you sign an exclusivity contract with dev.to or Medium or LinkedIn for your blog post. You can just throw them everywhere. It's always better to do than to just get stuck in research hell and then do that forever. Okay. So there we go. We're good to go at that point in time. You know, the pain, perfection issue. Yeah, and that's one of the hardest things to get over, the perfection issue. And the best way to do that is to tell ourselves that we're focusing on cultivating a growth mindset. And a growth mindset is all it really is attempting to get close to, even if we know we never actually achieve perfection, by starting at an imperfect spot and through trial and error, through purposefully failing over and over and over again, but never giving up, we get closer to perfection because we always take feedback from whatever we make a mistake, then try again with that feedback taken into account, and then we just get closer to it. And if we have that method, that methodology, that mindset, then we can get to that place. That is really good. Also, do you think it's bad switching tops so much? It's hard. What do you mean switching tops? Oh, topics. Like talk about Rust, then Go, then Cloud. In one article, yeah, that can be pretty overwhelming for like some people, but one of the best things about editing and one of the best things about articles especially is you and your mind can be writing about 3 or 4 different things fluidly And then what you present to people is the article on that one specific topic. And they don't need to know that it took you, that you wrote 3 things in serial with it. You just wrote it on your own. And Kit, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Yeah, no, I totally understand with the ADHD. I don't think I have that, but my understanding is with like dyslexia, like there's some crossover there. If you want a successful blog, just write polarizing stuff with clickbait titles. Don't forget the clickbait titles. Luis Suarez has a good Rust material on Medium. Oh, nice. I don't pay attention to Medium anymore because I don't want to pay them, and they lock me out on so much stuff. So like I just stopped paying attention. Okay. So I think this article now is done for real. So we have connected into and we have access to the code inside of there. So now we want to expose ports between the host and the container. So that's next. Okay, so we have a container. Can I actually get rid of, I don't need this wiki anymore. Can I get rid of you? I don't know how to delete the wiki once I created it. I don't think anybody will care that it's there. Nobody will take a look at it. So whatever, I'll just leave it. I might have to delete all the pages and then it's gone. But whatever, I don't care that much. Okay, so back to you. Okay, we have a container with the express CRUD available in it. What about showing face and stuff? Because learning in public, would love to connect with the audience as well as employers. Whatever you're comfortable with, right? It's, oh, ad break just started, but over on Twitch. If it's something that's stopping you, skillful, then don't do it. Like, don't worry about it. Like, it's better to just start creating and doing that, than worry or like let something like putting your face on there stop you. Eventually you might change your mind, and it'll be easier for you to share your face if that's something you want to do, and maybe you never want to do that at all. I don't think it really matters that much. There's probably a cap without your face, that you'll eventually run into, but that may not be a problem based upon what you're really trying to accomplish. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. I am gonna get up and stretch and just walk around a little bit since it's been an hour. So I'll be back before the Twitch ads end. So I will be right back. All right, let's continue. Okay, mapping first from a host machine to a container. You don't think you got any ads? That has been happening a lot, where nobody is getting ads, and I don't really care that much. Like, I'm not really doing it for money. I'm doing it for turning off the pre-roll ads, which does actually affect a lot more people than the people who are apparently getting the auto ads, but that's okay. How do you manage all the container stuff? Containers, images, volumes, how many times there are leftovers or dead projects? All the time. And so my mentality is that I should be willing to clean up and just delete all of my containers and images and networks at a moment's notice. So I just do that all the time. Like, basically for this project, when I started it, I had a ton of things and I just deleted most of them just because it's easy, and I don't think it's healthy to get into the mindset of I must have this container up for all the time. Like, it's supposed to be ephemeral, and the code is supposed to be what's more important for it. And also, like, if you have data, then that should go into like seeds or, migrations or stuff like that. So you can recreate whatever you need really fast. So that's the answer to me, is I just delete it really fast. You care what people think too much? If you're caring what people are thinking a lot, usually, to me, what that usually means is that you don't have evidence yet, and so you're in your head about like what is actually going to happen. There's a leadership skill, or one of the leadership skills is courage and running towards danger. And so if you think about like, okay, I'm going to be courageous and I'm going to put myself out there, and nothing's going to happen. Most likely nobody's even going to read the articles right away, because heck, new stuff on the internet, there's so many things out there. The chance that somebody's going to discover it unless you advertise it is really low. And so therefore you can put something out there, anything out there, and nothing bad will happen. And then over time, yeah, sure, you're going to get some trolls and they're going to yell at you, but you've been, hopefully by that time, protected enough by like, oh yeah, see, I've been doing this enough and nobody's hurt me. And then eventually you can get to the point where when somebody does come in and tries to hurt your feelings on purpose, you want to be able to have people that you can go to and say, hey, is this person real? And then all your friends and family will tell you, no, they're stupid. And then you just ignore them. That is cultivating leadership skills. Like that's a really big part of leadership, is to be able to handle that kind of stuff. Also, being a manager and a teacher helps. Like, you get that all the time. Okay, this time mapping a port from our host machine to the container. We will need okay, so let's stop this. Now, I ran it with, oh, the IT. Okay, so this is the one I want. Do that. Okay, so that removes it and prepares us. So let's now start this over again. Actually, I probably want to start from up here. Okay, so we do our Docker PS, we have our names. Oh yeah, I did the Docker PS one incorrect. So I really wanted this one. We have our tender Newton. Then we remove that one and then we're good to go. Okay. Okay, so we'll use the -p host port container port command. Okay, Docker run. So now we have our -p, and let's do port 3000 to, just to make it very different. Here, let's do actually 3020 to 3000 inside. Okay, so that opens it up, but we have a problem when we run cd/code npm start. we have a problem there. So that'll be the next thing. Oh, I need to remove the main thing. Okay. So we do that, we go there. Okay, so we cd/code, we run npm start, it starts. Okay, that's great. Okay, so there we go. We have fixed that in a different lesson. So exposing ports. I need to set environment variables next. Let's see. I just want to document my journey and stuff, show employees and help people and stuff. It feels good. People love when you help them. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a good motivation for doing that. I have the same problem sometimes where I can't like necessarily tell if people are serious or not. So I usually default to serious until I'm proven otherwise. And hey, sometimes it makes me look dumb because I don't get jokes, but that's okay. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do that a lot because I don't really have a choice otherwise sometimes. That's the cost of like making that assumption. How many monitors do we have? Yeah, so it's not easy for, oh, you know what? I can show you my setup. Do I have anything on the screens? I don't think I have anything super special on the screens that I don't want to share. So Zilby's not here. So I have his camera that I can show. So first off, that's my setup. It's a 4 monitor setup. Too small to see? Okay, hold on. I can fix that. Uh, I am hand holding this camera, so it's not going to be super steady. So sorry about that. But we're going to switch to large cat view. Oh, with the 3-minute break. Hold on, let me fix that. No break. Here is the view. So hopefully that was a little bit easier to see. Look, I'm on the screen. Exactly, yeah. So it's a four monitor setup. I have a 30 something, 40, I think it's 30 something monitor is my main monitor right in front of me. It's a 4K monitor. I have a 27 above it. And so whenever you see me looking up, I'm either checking OBS to the left or I'm checking YouTube chat to the right. And then to the right over here is Twitch chat and my Twitch dashboard. And then over on the left is my MacBook window that I have as a sort of like a private window that I can just do other stuff on. Oh, what's that thing I touched? That is a Stream Deck, not a Steam Deck. It's a Stream Deck. So it's basically one of those small things that has little buttons. All of the popular streamers are using them these days. They're not the cheapest things in the world, and I didn't buy the most expensive one, which has like 32 buttons on it. Yeah, this is the 15 key one. Yeah, $150, which like to me is like, oh, this is a lot. But like a lot of people, the professional streamers use it's like 30, 80, like there's a lot of keys on it. Do I use a green screen? I do. So I do have a green screen behind me. And like if like you can see, there's just a closet behind me. And it's a green screen, just a standard green screen. And then I have 2 studio lights that you can kind of see every once in a while on the other side of me, because when I have the Zilby cam on, sometimes the angle these on forces those to be in view. Okay, so setting up environment variables. That's next. All right, so maybe we start with like environment variables. Context. Okay, context dependent data. No, wait. I already did that. Hold on. What am I thinking? Port equals. There you go. Okay, so we can now query the health check route for this app, for this computer, and see it respond. Okay, so let's actually do this over here so you can all see. We're going to do a curl. It is a GET request, so we're going to do to HTTP localhost 3020 / health check, like that, and then we get the status I am healthy. Okay. Perfect. Let's see. OBS scenes, one Zillage. Oh, I have a bunch of OBS scenes on there. So like I have a starting soon screen. I have multiple starting soon screens. I have like the one that I hang on to the most is the Mac main scene. But I have some other ones too. Microphone doesn't include a scene. No, those are all sources. So like then the other things are sources. So I have I use the Mac goes to a splitter. The splitter goes to the monitor in front of me, and then also a desktop computer to the right. And then that that way I can see exactly what you see, but not having to look through OBS for that. It is hot in here in the summer, but I'm also in the basement, so it's always cold. So I actually have a heater on, but it's past 1 p.m. here. And on weekdays after 1 p.m., the local electric company switches our electricity to mid-level expensive and starts charging more for every little bit of electricity. So I turn that off because the heaters are probably pretty bad. Obviously, if I could turn off like the lights and other things, it would be cheaper, but you know, hey, it would be hard to see me quite as well if I turn those off. But yeah, down here in the basement, it's always cool. Which is why, like, even in the summer, you usually see me like bundled up in sweaters. Like I'm very only when it gets above 100 outside do I start like being able to wear like t-shirts down here. You only get charged more for power after a certain amount of usage per month. Oh, that's so nice. We get charged on weekdays that are not holidays between 1 and 7 p.m. more. Yes, the light isn't great for me. I don't think it's that great. Now I do have diffusers on them, and I want to play around with the lights a little bit more to like sort of send them off to the sides. So I'm not really sure better ways. Like the light over there is pointing that direction, but this light is pointing pretty much directly at me. I do notice sometimes that this eye gets a little bit more tired and sometimes a little bit more red. Oh, yeah. We haven't gotten those alerts yet, but it is supposed to be super cool. Actually, today's getting warmer. It is above freezing right now. Well, that's super nice. It might actually start melting some of the snow outside. Okay, so we have this and we're able to curl for it. So now we can access, okay. All right, so we have access to that with a .env. Okay, so we're good to go. Okay, so set a working directory when running in a container. Yeah, that could be pretty good for next. Although, you know what? Oh, you know, we should take a look at the logs. I bet if we were to look at the logs now. Okay, so that's actually. I don't know if that's gonna work. Will this work if I do code? No, I don't think it will. So let's do, okay, so we do want to do W. So, okay, working directory, and then we can run the thing. So working directory / code. And then we can go to, oh, let's also put this into daemon mode. And then we'll, okay, code, we'll do npm run start. Like that. And then we'll be able to do our curl to our health check, and then we get that. So that would be working directory here. Hey, insomnia, no. Down to negative 38C on the weekend. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, yeah. It was pretty cold for us too. What is negative 38C in Fahrenheit? It got to -9 Fahrenheit for us, which might be around negative 38C is -40 Fahrenheit. Oh wow. Okay. So we were negative. Oh, is that where they become equalized to each other? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, so this weekend we were -9 Fahrenheit, which is fairly cold because, if we remember, Fahrenheit 32 is the equivalent to 0 in C, which is that's all. 0 is already cold. You have two tariffs. Overday, it is much more expensive, so people schedule a lot of things to do after 9. Okay. Yeah, each county or each electric company sort of like changes how they do stuff. Yeah, so 0 is freezing for C, and then 32 is freezing for Fahrenheit, for F. Okay, so we run D, run start with that W. Okay, so this is a pretty simple one. Okay, so we do that. Now we're gonna come back to here. Let's Okay, so now we can do Docker run again, but instead of we're going to do Docker npm run dev for this instead. We'll be able to do our curl command to health check. We can update this to have less exclamation points. And then run you again. So curl that, and there we go. Okay, so at this point we can continue working on the application, and we wouldn't need to continuously manually. All right. Viewing Docker container logs. Do we have any logs in here right now? No, nothing like that. So if I try to, let's say, get all, unable to acquire a connection, and then if we take a look at the logs, then we can see what that is. Okay, perfect. Is this all local? Yes, this is all local on my system. No internet connection required. I guess like the only internet connection that's been required for this is when I did the npm installs, because that goes out to npm itself. But everything else is all local, because you can, like, once you have it on your system, it just runs. Another really positive about Docker is that it's just on whatever system you're running it on. Now Docker is not, especially on Linux or Windows, Docker is not cheap to run. And by cheap, I mean like it's expensive for your CPU and your memory. On Linux, it's a lot cheaper, but if you have like a very cheap machine, or you like are very low on memory or CPU, even on Linux, it's going to be not great. Oh, you're talking about the markdown files. Right now, yes, this is local. I am saving this between streams to a private GitHub repo for backup purposes, but eventually I'm going to upload these all to my LMS and then have them there. But yeah, so far this is all local. Okay, I think that's all I need there. What do you mean is all local? Yeah, so that the question was about the markdown files themselves that I'm writing here. They're all local. What software do I use with a green screen to make it blend in the video? I'm using OBS. So OBS allows me to I can filter out any color that I want. So I'm filtering out green. I do have, like, so for example, if I wore a green shirt today, then I would be gone and you just see the head, which would be, that would be funny, but it's not, it would be a little bit weird to watch. And this is the same, I do not use the Streamlabs OBS. I use OBS Studio. So Streamlabs OBS is, it's OBS, but with the Streamlabs stuff mixed into it. I don't use Streamlabs at all. So I just go straight to OBS. Okay, so let's see. Now, what do we need? So I have that. Connecting two containers with a network. That would be the next thing to do, is now connect two containers with a network and add that in. That's not what I want. Ooh, okay. Definitely not what I want. A lot of people still do use the OBS Streamlabs version, but because I don't use Streamlabs, I would rather just use OBS itself. I've heard mixed things about the OBS version of Streamlabs. I don't remember that. I think there was drama about it a short while ago, but I don't remember what it is. I never really paid that much attention to it. So I just run OBS Studio because it's like the OBS. It doesn't have any extra stuff created from it by Streamlabs, so I don't have to worry about them doing anything to it. But if you use Streamlabs itself, then obviously you're probably going to want to use OBS Streamlabs. How are you streaming to all apps? I am using restream.io. So Restream, I stream to Restream. Restream then streams to Twitch and to YouTube at the same time. I'm not paying Restream at this point in time. I've been considering it though, because by default for free, I'm allowed to stream to two different destinations simultaneously. So Twitch and YouTube right now. If I add in if I pay them, I can add in multiple sources. So I can also stream to LinkedIn, for example, or Twitter, X-Twitter, or Instagram, or places like that, or Facebook. I don't have, I don't know what the value is. LinkedIn might be a good place to stream some of these too, because like this is sort of like businessy type stuff. It might attract the type of audience that I want to attract to. So like some of them might be better for others. I'm not sure. Your setup is similar. You just have one monitor. Hey, it doesn't matter, right? Like for this case, I collected these monitors over the years. So then I just keep on adding them in. But like at one point in time, I was doing one monitor too for the longest time, especially when I'm remote. If I take a trip and I go somewhere, I don't take another monitor with me besides maybe using my iPad as a second display. But generally speaking, I would just I'd stream directly from my laptop. What's the simple rule for it violates the one purpose. Okay, so I have a few networks here. And if I remember correctly, there are several networks by default. So yeah, here we go. Okay. Hey, welcome back. We ads should have finished now. I don't know how many of you actually got them, but that's fine. We didn't do too much. I just finished this paragraph, and then I deleted all of my current running containers, and then I deleted all of the networks that I have, so I have just the basic networks. Oh, you got a short ad. Nice. I'm glad that it's short and not too long. Let's see, maybe in our Docker exploration, in our Docker adventures, pathway, journey. What is that virtual camera thing? Um, what do you mean virtual camera? Do I use OBS to record videos as well or just stream? I do use OBS to record videos too. And in fact, right now I'm recording at the same time. I'm streaming out and then I have a second disk drive inside of my desktop and I'm recording to there. So that way I can have higher quality videos, which of course I forgot to do for several, which is why several of the cut videos are much lower quality than they probably could be. So shortly, like soon, I think only the last couple streams I remember to do that, which is unfortunate. But yeah, you can record. I like recording with OBS. Like it works really well. And if you're knowledgeable with OBS, it's a free solution that gives you really top quality recording abilities. And from what I understand, pretty much all the professional streamers are using OBS right now. From what I understand, there are of course paid options, but I don't think they're worth it. Oh, do I not? Okay, there you go. So we want Docker run d name express pg. Let's do express CRUD. Okay, so Postgres password, keyboard cat, network. Express CRUD network. Right, we don't have volumes for this yet. And then we run Postgres, okay. Wait, what did we call this? Express CRUD. Okay, so I think that works. And now I can do curl. Okay, so couldn't find the express CRUD in here, so. Oh no, it's express CRUD PG. Oh, virtual camera. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, OBS added virtual camera a few years ago, like in 2020, I want to say. It's a really cool sort of system. It basically allows you to use OBS as an intermediary, as like a source for an actual like camera. So let's say you're opening Zoom to do a meeting and you want to have all the cool little stuff that OBS allows you to have. Like you want to have like a background and a green screen and like filter stuff out, and you want to like add multiple windows and like little pop-ups. then what you can do is you click on the Start Virtual Camera button, and then you can go into Zoom and say, hey, use the OBS camera as the webcam, and bam, you can now basically get the power of OBS on Zoom. It's really, really good. I like it a lot. It's amazing. Okay, so you're not Express CRUD, you're Express CRUD PG. EAI again. It's not like it just didn't have time, right? That's the error. That's a surprising amount of time. It's timing out for some reason. Oh, wait. Is it the migrations? I bet I need to run the migrations. So this might work. Let's do a Docker. I'm gonna do a Docker exec. I don't need to do IT. Express CRUD, and then the command I want to run is npx connects. No, it didn't like that. Okay. Oh, so it doesn't like Express CRUD. What did I do wrong with this? Wait a second. Wait a second. I forgot to add it to the network. That would help. Is it dash N? I think it is. Ooh, I don't remember if it's dash N or if it's dash network now. I think it's dash network. What did I do for? I did do dash network for it. Okay, so now if I do our curl, you should, there we go. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. It's attempting to run it, but the table doesn't exist. Oh, what's this? Okay. Oh wait. Oh, gross. Okay, hold on. There we go. Much better. Okay, so we do our Docker run. We add it to the network now. I added in the environment variable to tell it how to connect in. We get that back. We're in our curl. What? Oh, stop. There you go. What? Where did I get that? Weird. Okay. I want to curl. CP. Oh, because I'm not doing curl over here. I'm doing curl over here. So give me all the tasks, and now we get all the tasks. Okay, so we come back to here. That gets us the task back. You are there. Okay, cool. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that is connecting to the networks. Great. Hey, why can't you find this? That's why. I didn't start with a slash. Okay. Persist data with a volume. So let's say I want to submit a couple of these. So I want to do a curl. Okay, so it's been a while, so I think I can do H for header, right? I can say content type. Don't know if it matters. And then body, I want you to be JSON, so we're gonna have name, task one, and I want to send that to okay, so that's not how to do it. I thought it was like dash B. JSON. Okay, fine. We'll just go look it up. On curl JSON header. Oh, it's capital H, so we can do content type. Oh, and send strings. And oh, then it's dash dash data, and then also in a string. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. So, oh, it's H for header, D, not B. That's my problem. So D for that. You also need to be in quotes. I think you're all, are you colon? I don't remember. We'll find out. Yes. Okay. So that was not the correct header. Maybe it's colon. There it is. There it is, colon. Okay. So, let's create a couple tasks. Okay. So per se, like, okay, it isn't a problem per se. Is it per se or per se? I don't remember. I think I'm going to leave it like this, and we'll see if anybody yells at me. Well, it isn't a problem per se. Okay, so we might want to have the data separated from the container. Okay, so we can do this with Docker volumes. All right, let's I have a bunch of these, but I don't need them anymore. Let's go ahead and delete them all. That's fine. Oh, I have a volume in use already, don't I? Okay, that one's in use. Who are you used by? I know there's a way to inspect it, but I don't care that much. I don't have you running. Are you running because of you? Oh, it's being in use by this thing, whatever that is. So we could copy you and go searching for this. So that is 263 AAC. Oh, which is this one. Our express CRUD PG. Uh-oh. No, okay, so I don't have the dash volume on here. Huh. Why are you still up? Why do you think that you have... Okay, whatever. Oh, because... Does it create its own volume? I didn't think it did. Okay, so... All right. Okay, so we create our Express CRUD PG volume. Oh no, oh, the music did stop. Yeah, every once in a while, I notice that Pretzel just freezes. And it like it thinks that it's playing, but it's not really playing. It just, at the end of the song too. All right, so I started up again. It should be going. Thank you, Chantilly. Also, hello. How are you doing today? Moaid, how are you doing today? Is there a section? Not really. Nope, that's wrong. Okay, so here's our Postgres. We have it on the network. We have everything else. And so here's our network goes there. And I want to attach a volume. The volume is going to be the Express CRUD PG volume. And it's going to go into there. And then everything else is exactly the same. Let's see. Happy Tuesday. You're doing good, Chantilly. Excellent. Also, Mohid, you're doing good too. Am I on Docker? Yes, we're doing Docker right now. Also, Nefezik, hello. There are surprisingly few amount of vowels in that name. No, I still haven't tried Wes term. Sorry about that. It's on my list, but it's pretty far down. Sorry about that. You're learning Docker right now. Any great resources? I am not aware of super really great resources right now. I've been going through like Docker and sort of teaching that. So I guess like the live streams that I have are sort of like what I would consider like a free tier for the course that I'm creating. So that works there. Besides that, the Docker documentation itself isn't that bad. And you could probably go through it and sort of like play around with it and figure some things out. I don't know if CJ with Coding Garden ever did anything with Docker. There probably is some stuff on Free Code Camp. They usually have some good resources too. So that's where I would probably start looking. Elis, hello. How are you doing today? I'm using Zellige and Alacrity together. So Zellige, Alacrity, and Helix are the three tools that I'm using. So Alacrity is the terminal itself. Zellige is the window manager that I'm using, and then Helix is the editor that I'm in. So those three together are what I have. Hopefully that answers the question. Actually, I don't know if I ever tried without. So we just ran this. Let's try a curl. Oh yeah, we need to rerun the we need to rerun our migrations because we just recreated the new database. So Okay, I thought about another thing that we're gonna need for this, which is automating the setup. So automating the setup with Docker Compose. Okay, we're getting close. We've done a lot today. We've finished the project and we've done all of these articles. All right. We got about 10 minutes or so before the next ad break. So we'll continue on, but I'll probably take a quick break during that time. Get up, stretch, grab a snack. All right. Use a Docker file to customize a Docker image. Great. Okay, so now we're finally able to come back to here and creating a Docker file is fun because it's basically automating the stuff so we don't have to do this entire Docker, like all of this stuff is not great. It's not fun to work with. So oh, I'm not in the right one. I want to come over here. So we're going to use we're going to touch. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Okay, who cares? We'll just open you up. This will be fine. We're fine. So instead of here, let's create a Docker file. Now I have some automation stuff in here, or not really automation. The LSP, the language server protocol. Yeah, the LSP does know in VS Code what all of these are because it recognizes, hey, it's a Docker file. So it knows what to go in here. So the first thing that we have to have is this from, but I also like to open up the Docker reference. So Docker file reference. Which is here. So starting, it really starts at this point in time. So we need from, and then it's going to be the name of an image. So from the name of an image, well, what are we using for our Node.js? We're using Node 20. If we don't do anything else, it's going to assume that we're going to Docker Hub for this, which is great. That's exactly what we're using anyways, so we're fine. Okay, so that's from run. Okay, so the run instruction. So run is going to be run anything that we want in there. So for example, when we first create this image, do we want to run any commands in there? Like for example, do we want to run an apt-get update or something like that? And in this case, I don't think that we do. So that being said, we should have, let's see, we can do a run. This command could be something like ls, and it will actually display the contents of this out. So we can do ls and then Archification, hello. How are you doing today? Are we learning Docker right now? Yes, we're going through Docker and using that. Or rather, I'm creating a course on Docker. So we're finally getting to Dockerfile. I think that Docker is a pretty, I think that's a pretty useful thing to learn. At least like the basics of it. Like if you know the basics of Docker, you'll be able to take that to pretty much any other Docker-like thing, probably like Podman. But you can also like use this for local development, which I think is extremely helpful. What are some advantages to Docker versus something like a statically linked program with embedded files? Think of Docker less of a like application that you're running and more like the virtualization for where you can run your code. So let's maybe like I'll give a couple different examples, which will like be useful in different scenarios. So for solo development, we might want to run our stuff to develop in Docker, which I believe actually developing in Docker is way more, you get way more benefit out of it than production in Docker. And when developing in Docker, I don't want to necessarily have to install a database and run it on my system. But I also need a database running on my system to like for most applications. Well, I can have that database running in Docker. So even if I don't want my code running and executing in Docker, I might run my code in, I might run a database in Docker and then just connect to that. And then when I don't want the database anymore, I can just get rid of it and it's gone. Super easy. I could also, if I'm on a team and I want to make sure that everything is, that everybody on the team is running the exact same version of Rust, the same libraries, the same everything else, I could set up Docker so that way they can run it, and basically I can now be confident they're running the same version of Rust. I don't have to check like, hey, remember you switched over and installed Rust up nightly, right? Or like a very specific version of Rust too. No, you can do that, and you can do that with Docker and say like, no, you run this, and now you know it has to be that specific version of Rust, that specific version of Node. Like for example, here we're saying this is going to run Node version 20. So if I share this with everybody else on the team, they have to run Node version 20. They'd have to go in and purposely do an npm update or something else just to get that. And I don't have to do any shenanigans. We just have access to it. And the same with the database. What if you want Postgres 16? What if you want Postgres 12 or 10? What if you want MySQL, like whatever version that is? The versions and setting those and locking those down for development purposes is really, really strong. So you can compile your program for Linux and then use a Docker image to deploy to Windows and or OS X without having to compile them. Well, I mean, they're going to be compiled anyways, but you could compile in Docker for deployment to Linux. You could do that. Now, deploying it, like compiling it for OS X from like a Windows system, you're not really going to get that from Docker. I find that web dev type stuff in production for Docker is much more useful than anything else. So I personally prefer deving in Docker. That's where I get the most use out of it. Now, Kubernetes, I think you can use Docker with that, although they've moved away from it and use their own container system from what I understand. However, if you use something like AWS ECS, then that is definitely running Docker in the cloud in production. And that's sort of like the same thing where you just say, okay, my web server is going to execute inside of a Docker container, and that is loaded and run from an image from AWS. So it's that can be very useful. I don't think we're going to go into that. Is ECS just Docker Swarm? Oh, I never really realized that. Oh, that's pretty cool. So maybe I am using Docker Swarm and I don't know that. I do have one of my, for Brooks builds, I have one thing running in AWS ECS, which is super easy to set up, super nice. So we had a web server in Rust. That web server might require a particular environment. Docker can make that environment itself deployable. In a way, yes, definitely. There are always some caveats to like how easy it is to do that, but it's easier in Docker to make it consistent between developers and production and local, which is really nice. All right, advertisements are starting in 5 seconds, so I am going to go ahead and take a quick break to go grab some food, and I will be back in a few minutes. So those should be starting on Twitch any second now. I'll be right back. All right, let's continue. So I think this will work. LS will show us the command for this. Okay, so that's run. What else do we want to throw in here? Oh, right. Add and copy. Run. Okay, so the different run things. Run. Oh, command. Right, so we have two different types of commands. We have the command, the executable type, which I think is a little bit safer and a little bit less weirdness for people to run. And at one point in time, I remembered what the difference was, like, very clearly, but I don't remember quite off the top of my head anymore. There's something about a context or something like that. And don't remember off the top of my head, but basically we have the exec form and then the shell form, and so we have the executable of what we want to run with the parameters to it. Oh yeah, if we want to run like entry point, then the command becomes the parameters to the entry point, which we're not going to do entry point for this. We're just going to do command. You need to provide full path to the executable file. Yeah, so I think of this. Wait, I don't know if I need to. Let's find out. So I want to run. So when we run this, we're running npm. No, we're npm run dev, essentially, for development. Okay, so the command. Okay, so the command that we want to run when by default. Hero Dev, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How's your stream today? And how are you all doing? Maybe relative just looks where it expects and absolutely is only when needed. Well, let's find out, because I vaguely remember using npm like that, like basically like this before, but I could be wrong, and that also could be the shell form, and I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, so the command that we want to run by default. Okay, so basically, everybody, welcome. We are. I am creating a course for Docker for web developers, and we're currently in the developing with Docker, like, you know, in using Docker section. And so we created a very basic Express CRUD application. We've done a bunch of stuff just running Docker from the command line, and now we're working a little bit on automating, making things a little bit nicer for us, and that's using a Docker file to create the image for us that we create containers from. Okay, so basically what we're going to do here is we're going to say, okay, the command that we want to run by default when we start the when we create a container. So npm run dev. Okay, so we have that. So we'll find out if that's correct or not shortly after that. Okay, so what's next? I don't use label. I've never really understood what labels I want to use for local dev type stuff, except maybe like using versions and something like that. I usually end up just doing like, just ignoring labels inside of the container. And then at build time, we just do labels of like version 1 or version 2 or whatever. But then it's almost always latest for me. Maintainers deprecated. Okay, expose. So this is going to be the ports that are exposed to the host, or at least what's available to be exposed. Oh, just add some information useful in CI/CD debugging. Okay, so I don't think it's necessary for this course. Okay, expose definitely is very important. So I specifically want to just expose the port. I don't need to expose the protocol. We know what it is. So expose. On the port, in this case, we're going to expose 3000 inside. Okay. Environment variables. So this is where it gets interesting, because we can also choose to have an environment file, which isn't there an env file in here somewhere? Or not. For some reason I thought it was. I guess not. Oh, Docker Compose. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Docker Compose. Okay, yeah. So we can set the environment variables here. So env and our key and value. So we have 2 environment variables for this one that we want ourselves. The key for the first one is going to be port. And that's good. Port. I want that to be 3000. And then we also have another environment variable, which is the DB URI. And that value is going to be postgres. Postgres : keyboard cat at what did we call this? It was so really I just want this. It's some kind of area of your work. This is why you're spamming. Oh, don't worry about that. And I don't think you're spamming. This doesn't feel like spamming. It feels like helping. So I'll appreciate it. All right. So environment variables. We want to have set in the image, or set in the containers. Since these are hard-coded into the image, and we are pushing these to GitHub, make sure we aren't exposing real secrets here by accident. We can still add new environment variables with the dash E option when creating a container. Okay, have that. Add. All right. I keep on remembering that add and copy are like problematic, and I can never. It's been like I remember looking it up and reading it, and then I never remember because I just don't use them. What is it? It's like we're not going to use it here either. And I don't know if there's even a reason for me to teach that this exists. Yeah, I tried a few times to figure out which one is better. Just use add. Does it say, so in copy, it would be really nice if like in here it were to say, hey, by the way, just use add. But like it doesn't. And like add even has the dash dash link. It's like, okay, whatever. Okay, so we're just gonna not use add. Oh, you know what? And I tried to use this one, actually felt really cool. Like add from a Git repo. I tried to get this working and I couldn't get it working because that would have solved some interesting problems that I had at my day job a while back. Oh, it was a private Git repo, and I kept on running into issues with trying to share the secret keys, and I just, in the time frame that I had allocated for myself, I couldn't get it working. Maybe I'll come back to this later, but add from a repo seems to be like that would be one of the coolest part of it. First, the add directive can accept a remote URL for its source argument. The copy directive on the hand can only accept local files. Note that using add to fetch remote files and copying is not typically ideal. This is because the file will increase the overall Docker image size. Yeah, no, I totally get that. What I wanted to do for it was the reason why I wanted to set this up with that way is I wanted to create a image that had our source code inside of it, and then deploy that to a secure location that didn't have internet access. That was basically just like its own thing and didn't have to, like, basically I could just say, okay, you get, like, you do the one time you connect to the internet, you get all the stuff and then you're done. You don't have to go back out there anymore. You don't have to share with like the local system. And then what I could do is I could have our clients grab that and just like, okay, just run it. Here's one command. It's super simple. It's super easy. You don't have to deal with this anymore. It didn't pan out. The clients that would have needed that did not sign up with us. So I didn't have to actually get that running, but it would have been really cool to set up. Basically, it would have been an easy way for us to enforce like certain versions of code. Okay, so entry point. Entry point is okay. So if we want to run this as an executable, which the last time I did this, yeah, add can copy from remote URLs. Yeah, that seems to be like the biggest difference between them is add can copy from the remote URLs. I think that's what Hugh told us and said. Also, DS Ross, hello. How are you doing today? Entry point. Probably not useful in this course because you don't really need this for like web development type stuff in here, but I did with Docker taking up like more resources being and slightly slower being the only real negative to doing this on, every once in a while I keep on thinking that I might want to set up like Helix or Vim or NeoVim inside of a Docker image, create like a Docker file for that, put that up there, and then the entry point would be like NeoVim or Vim or Helix or whatever on a specific thing. And then it's like, hey, you want to play around with or like try this. It doesn't matter what system you have. It doesn't matter what environment you're on. You're going to get the Vim type and editing environment that you think that you have. And then you can just run that on the directory and then just start editing. And that feels pretty cool. I like that idea a lot. I did it once a long time ago, and then I never kept it up to date. So it went quickly out of date. That's the only negative, is I have to keep that thing up to date, but heck, maybe a project for another time. Volume. Okay, so we want a volume, and that's going to be, now what's interesting is that this takes in an array. What I've always hated about Docker file is that they allow you to do so many different ways and they don't really tell you which one is the best way as far as they're concerned, and which ones like are like not ideal. So I actually usually prefer just to use the good old volume. I guess we'll just do like that code. That'll be fine if that's what's coming out by default. All right, so create a directory that is meant to be a mount point for a volume. Volume okay. Maybe you can have a script in there that could copy the user's Vim config from their system if it exists. Sounds like a nice idea, though. That's also something that could happen. You could do add or copy for the local Vim config. Like that could actually happen. Yeah. Why you need a volume if you could just add the whole project in Docker? Well, from like, oh, you mean like add? I like to have a volume when you're gonna, especially in development, so that way I could just update the code on my own editor out here and not have to like SSH or connect into the volume and then run my editor inside the container. What's the difference between volume /code and just doing run? If I remember correctly, it's it just marks as holding externally mounted volumes from native hosts. So I don't, it's gonna just create a mount point for it, but I don't think it really cares that much. But yeah, like I don't think there's that big of a deal. Like I think you can just do make dir with that too. You can just do docker run. Yeah, so IT, RM, volume, current word directory to current worker. Well, that would be. Oh yeah, to wherever you are in there, and can it spin up? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would absolutely. Like you can still overwrite this. To me, it feels more like it's. Well, no, if you don't do the port, so it's less like port, because with port, if I forget to do the port in here, it doesn't matter if I attempt to expose it or not from the other side. I don't think it will work, right? At all. But with this, wait, is that correct? Or am I just insane? I might be very forgetful. I don't remember anymore. But you're right, where this is you can almost think about this as like documentation, where it's telling any developers who look through the Docker file, hey, this is what's happening. This is what's expected of it. I want you to put the stuff into /code. User, we're gonna put we're gonna have user stuff. Where do I want to put user stuff? Maybe in security concerns. Let's running not using root as the user in a Docker image. It works. Okay, so it works even. Okay, then it is just communication. So it's just a way for somebody to see this is what's expected of you. Workdir. Okay, so path to the working directory. So in that case, we're going to go to code. Okay, so everything after this line will now be executed from the given directory. Includes commands when creating the Docker container. Which is why let's run this just to be more like easy to sort of see. We're gonna do this. I like to have the command at the end. We don't have any arguments. We don't have any special stuff for on build. I've never really used the stop signal. Health check. Okay, so the health check is interesting. I keep on trying to use it, and it's fine except for databases. I can never get it to really truly work properly with databases. And everybody that I talk to that also uses Docker professionally just has the same problem, where it's like the database starts up and then it like, oh, let me go back down again to like rerun all of our beginning scripts, and then it just tricks Docker into like, oh yeah, I'm totally fine. Oh, except it's not. Which is not great. So health check. So we can do, let's do our health check here. Interval 30 seconds, timeout 30 seconds. This is fine. Start period 5 seconds, retries 5 seconds, command. Okay, so what I never remember is, do you have any examples? Yeah, okay, so we just do a curl. This is essentially what we want to do. We're going to use the shell version of command, curl to localhost health check. Otherwise, exit. Oops. Vim type code in not Vim. Okay, so we got the health check. So this, oh, specify the port. Oh yeah, that would probably be a good idea. Yeah, port 3000. Good call. That would be hilarious because then it would be like, well, this doesn't work. Nothing works. Nothing works. It sucks. Okay, so this will check the... Can I do this in multiple lines? I can with the backslash. So I want to do... Okay. So, when creating a container, we have the option of... What does the exit do exactly? Oh, this exit. So, in a terminal, here we go. Okay, so here's a new terminal window. Let me open up a bash shell for this. If I just do exit like that, and then we check to see what the exit code was, we can do echo $? So the exit code by default is 0 whenever we just type exit. If we come back into here and we do exit and then any number, so I can do like 999. Now I can do the echo ? And we got 231. Is that the highest number that allows to go? I want to try this again. Exit 1. Yeah, okay. I can't go above 999 for the exit code. So here, if I do exit 1, basically any number that's not 0 is considered an error. So that means that whatever application you're running errored out. So if we're running Rust code and you use a panic to crash it, you can check the exit code and it's not 0, which means that it crashed, it panicked, there's some problem with it. So when we are in here exiting with 1, we're telling whatever the health check here is, this was a problem. We exited out, it's bad. It's not healthy. Whereas if this part succeeds and it doesn't get to here, it's going to be a 0 exit. Oh, there's a maximum to 255. I didn't realize that. Lunatic, hello. How are you doing today? Oh, your eyes didn't see the 1. Okay. Got it. Okay, so good to go. We do that. Okay, so when creating a container, we have the option of having it check the health, do a health check. A health check is in this case, the health check will run the following command. 5 seconds after the container starts. Let's see, after 5, to give the container a chance to get going. Okay, so 5 seconds after the container starts, to give the container a chance to get going. Let's see, if the command fails, it will wait 30 seconds and try again up to 3 times. Okay. We can the health of the container can be viewed in the Docker PS output, which is nice. Instead of guessing how long it takes to get going, would it be better to listen for a signal indicating it's ready? Do we even have that as an option in Docker? I don't know if we do. Because like the problem is, this is what we got for a signal. Now in Docker Compose, what we can do is we can say, don't run the next thing until the previous thing is healthy. So the idea is that we can say, okay, wait until your health check is passing. In the case of something like a database, although I have really bad luck getting that going, you could say, retry like 1,000 times, have like a really short duration for those, no waits, and just like wait until you hit it and then just go from there. And that would be as close to a signal based, but it's still going to be a wait for that thing to be done and then you mark as good to go. Shell, we're going to use bash, which is the basic shell. We're not going to install any other kind of shell in here, so we're fine. Here documents, is that new? I don't remember here documents. That's cool. I never use them. And then examples. Okay, so we're good to go. Let's test it to see if it works. All right, so the way that we use a Docker file is we're gonna come into here. Let's open you up. Let's see. No, let's just do this in here. Okay, so we're inside of Express CRUD. Now, if we do our Docker images, here's all the images that we have locally. I can now create my own image and have it on my own system. Now, if you remember, all of these images here that have a single name are official images from Docker Hub. But we're about to violate that only slightly. So I'm going to do Docker build -t for the name, the title, and we're going to call this Express CRUD. And then I give it the location of where the Docker file is, which we're in the same directory. So just dot. And then there we go. It's going to build this. This is a super fast build because it already has it already had Node.js 20 here, all the layers for that, and I didn't really do anything special. And if you take a look at here, when we get the run ls, it do I see the output of that? I feel like I used to see the output from the run command. I guess we don't anymore by default. But okay, it basically ran that inside while it's building, and it's just like run normal files or something else. Okay, so anyways, now we can run this. So I can do a Docker. Let's do images again, and here is our express CRUD. Now it's just a single name and title. If I were to attempt to push this up to the Docker hub, it would yell at me because I'm not an official repo. I'd have to title this with, oh, is it for tag? Okay, it's for tag. Never mind, not for title, tag. I would have to do brookszerker / express CRUD to namespace it, and then I can push it up. Right, and I can specify a Docker file with the -f argument, but I usually just build it in the same directory that I'm at, and it's fine. But okay, so we run that. Now I can do a Docker run command with that. So we've already built everything else from this, right? So we know that we can just do a network express CRUD network. And that adds in the Postgres database that we have access to. We can do our volume for pwd / code because we said that we have a code mount there for us already. We don't need any of the environment variables. We do need the ports available to us. Now, okay, so we're gonna do ports. We'll do we may already have 3,000 used, so let's do like 4,000 to 3,000 internally. And let's see, what else do I want? I think that might be it. Oh, wait, there's a health check thing. Isn't there? Maybe not, maybe there's not. Maybe we're fine. Oh, -d, I want -d. Daemon mode, and then express CRUD is the image, and then I don't need to give it like a command to overwrite because I like the command that we already have in there. So we run this, it just runs, and then if we do a Docker yes, we can see our status, and notice now we have this health starting. And so if we run you again, it's waiting for the app to be up and running. If I try to run this, let's do a curl 4,000. Yeah, okay, all the tasks are running. So there we go. Now it's healthy. So you just have to wait a little bit of time for the health check. So I can actually see if it crashes for some reason and it gets taken down, this will become unhealthy for it. And that's it. That's all we have to do for it. And we have, it makes it so when we do our Docker run, things are a little bit easier and nicer. Okay, so let's see, custom Docker image, or create your own custom Docker image. Create a custom Docker image with Docker file. My names are long. Okay, so all right, so we have how do I want to begin this? Okay, so we have our Docker. Okay, so maybe I do want, we have our Docker containers up and running. And everything seems great. However, the Docker run command is a bit messy. It's unfortunately easy. It's unfortunately easy to mess up that command if you had Okay, so we can fix this by creating our own custom Docker image. All right. Oh, you know what? Let's just say and then I'll just remove the comments inside of here to make it a little bit smaller and easier to see. So I'm pretty much going to be saying the same thing anyways. And then the Docker file. We can reference that here. I don't want here documents. I want get rid of here anchor. We want that. Okay. Let's walk through each command in the Docker file and why we have them. Okay. From node 20. Okay, so this line is telling Docker to use another image as a base. We cannot create a Docker image from nothing. It has to start on top of something else. In this case, we want to use node, use the node use the node image from Docker Hub with the tag. Okay, so since this is hard coding, any developers on your team that pull down the project will also be using the same image when developing. Okay, next up, we have our run ls. You know what? Let's not use run. Let's run like let's do touch, like let's actually create a file and in there. So let's do touch slash call it like a hello world. Hello.world. Oh, I know what to do. I keep on pressing escape to try to go into Vim mode, but I don't have Vim key binding set up in VS Code. Now I know that I don't need to run the touch, but I want to show like the two commands and how they potentially could work with each other, and also that these are separate layers. All right, ads are going to start in around 5 minutes or so. To keep the pre-roll off, I will probably just work through the ad block though. So I'm just be filling this out, so hopefully it won't be anything special or fun that happens during that time. Okay, so the run command lets us run code when the image is being created. Okay, so we get that. What's next? Expose. What? No, that's not what I wanted. That. Okay, so expose is telling Docker that we'll be exposing to the host system. This is mostly to communicate with with other developers. Since we can expose a port using the -p option when creating a container, regardless. There's an option Docker run -P, which will auto map host ports to the container ports using the okay, so we have that. That's expose. Environment variables. Please note that they are hard-coded into the Docker file and therefore will be pushed. Or wherever you store code. Okay, volume. Okay, so more of that. That's good. All right. Advertisements are done. That's good. Okay, so work directory. So this is the it's more of like the container. Actually, no, everything after this. So okay, so the default directory that everything after this will run in. Okay, so we go with that. I kind of like then moving health check up here. Okay, so anything with multiple lines, maybe. Oh, you know what? We should do that to these too. Okay, so that's the health check. Okay, so then we have a worked our code, so we have that. And then finally, command. Let's see, we already have the reference. Okay, so Okay, so the dash t tags the image, with the name of our choice. Okay, let's do this again. There is a way. Okay, so I want to do Docker. Oh, we have containers using this, don't we? Well, no, I'll just do this graphically because it's easier. Okay, so yeah, so here's our Express CRUD image. I'm gonna go ahead. I just want to stop all of you, don't I? So remove all of you. Sure, remove all of you. These are fine. These are fine. You know what? Actually, having the Docker, the node 20 is fine and the Postgres is fine. So let's go ahead and pull those back again. Hey, do you use lighting too with your green screen, or doesn't matter? Yes, I do use lighting. I have two sort of like decent lights on the other side of my computers, pointing at me. Yeah, having like decent even light really helps the computer remove the color and like get rid of the green screen. All right, I think we just used Postgres like that. Whatever the latest was, I think we used. Okay, so we got you. Now we want to do a Docker. Make this big. We're gonna do a Docker build -t. We're gonna call this Express CRUD image. We can do latest tag for that. And then dot. So there we go. Okay, so then I should be able to do a Docker images, and now we can see the Express CRUD image with the tag latest. Yeah, so it's very rare to see. It's really hard to see anybody on Twitch these days who has a camera, like a face cam, who has really dark lighting. And that's because with like a green screen or something else like that, it doesn't really work very well. So if you don't have like great lighting for something, just don't use a green screen. Just like have a blank wall behind you or something else like that. It will probably look better than trying to, because it'll have more difficulty differentiating from our skin and our like clothes and the green screen, and you'll get like weird fragments and other things happening. Oh, fun. Okay, so we grab you, we do all this. This is great. Everything's fine. Okay, so we do our Docker build. It goes through and creates all these layers. And now we can see it in the images. Yeah, it can be tough, or you can just have the green screen behind you and just like show that can work too. I like, it would be something to sort of play around with and test out, see how it works. Let's see, Docker. Oh, we don't want to use Docker run like this here. Because Docker and web development, yeah, we're not in the correct place. We want to do this over here. So Docker run, now that's, yeah, okay. So Docker run, network express, CRUD network. So we add the network in, we add our volume in, our port, we'll choose a different port, so 4000 to 3000, express CRUD. Yeah, so that's it. That should just work. Oh, except I named it different. What are you called? Your express CRUD image. And then we can do a Docker. We can do our curl. Right. I took out the yeah. Okay, that's fun. I need to do a. Okay, so hold on. I need to cheat a little bit. Let's throw this in here. Oh wow, it's 5 o'clock already. I've been streaming a really long time. Okay. This is definitely my longest stream. It's 7.5 hours so far, but we got a ton of stuff done. It's good. All right, so we're gonna finish this up and then we'll probably end. If you have any questions about Docker right before we end, I'll be happy to answer them. All right, so let's see. I need to start up the Docker run our Postgres. Okay, so Postgres, we do that. Add you to the network, and then now can I do my curl? Yeah, so now is our curl. So we're gonna add you in. And then I also want to show a Docker PS, and we'll see that it is healthy. Also that we forgot to name it. I don't like Naughty Jennings as a name. We'll do, what's a Lightning Thunder? Something like that. That's better name. Okay, so we have you express CRUD image. Okay, so up. All right. the run command is significantly simpler. And we can see, okay, so, and when we ran the PS command and see that the health check is passing, Not all, we don't always need to create a Docker image, but the more customizations that we find that we are doing, the more, I guess, like, if we more and more many customizations or options when creating the container, we might want to simplify by creating an image. Okay, and I think that's it. I don't think I need to go. I'm not going to go over pushing this up to Docker Hub. I think that's out of scope, and I don't think that's really that hard to do. Okay, so Docker, we have a Docker file. All right, we did a lot today. We created our example Express app, and we got all of these articles written, which is great. Okay. Still to do, I want to run the container without root. So we want to set up a user inside the container, and then we'll use that user command so that we aren't. Oh, yeah. Okay, so never mind. That's where this comes in. That way we can just run the stuff in there as a not root user, which is better for security. And then we can automate all that stuff with Docker Compose, which will be one of those like, what? Why didn't we do this the entire time? This is going to be so easy. It's just one file and then bam, everything's done. Everything just works, which is awesome. I love it. But that'll have to be next time because it's late. I need to go grab dinner. So I'm going to go ahead and shut the stream down. I am, let's see. I'm going to be back here tomorrow at around 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. We're going to play TIS 100. We've already started playing last week, and so we're going to continue on. It's a challenge. It's a challenge game where you program in assembly to play, and it's an Exactronics game. So if you're interested in that, stop by tomorrow, see how it is. I will definitely not be streaming as long tomorrow. I'll probably be ending earlier because my brain will eventually just shut down from trying to do assembly code. But we'll see how far we get. So let's see. With that being said, let's go ahead and raid. Let's see. Let's raid CM Griffin. CM Griffin is doing programming for Orderly, doing some web development type stuff. So let me set that up here. Raid Make sure I spelled it correctly. That looks right. All right, I won't be able to hang out with you because I need to go grab dinner and I'm really hungry. So I will go ahead and do that. But I'll stop by and just say hi with you all. I hope that you all have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is for you. And I will see you next time. Bye.